Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Deck to Sim live stream. Today is the 3rd of November 2022, 3 minutes past 2 in the afternoon here in the United Kingdom. We're back in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it's been well over a month since we've flown the PMDG 737, and they pushed out a release not only recently, which is what this stream's all about, but one also this morning. So we are in the latest absolute brand spanking new PMDG 737, something 4.4 or what no other. I've not tried it yet, but it looks like it improves things like general handling. You know, Microsoft's had a lot of dynamic weather updates recently, so I think it's to stabilise things. The PMDG 737, some other bugs have been squashed as well. Most importantly, since we've last flown it, one of my biggest criticisms of it is its inability to maintain altitude. I'm pleased to know from my test sector, it seems to have now been fixed. So we are in beautiful Italy, in Palermo, on the island of Sicily. You can see the dramatic scenery behind. We're going to be flying to Split for the first time. It's a request from one of my members some time back. I often go through the destination suggestions and see what's there, and they have an awesome approach there. It's sort of like a prescribed circle to land onto runway 23. Now, time is of the essence. We must get there before sunset, because the circle to land is not approved for nighttime approaches, so we should get there when the sun is set. You've got then a 30-minute window after the sunset to be able to land, so we should be a-okay. Can't take too long to hang around. Who's just pinged there? Magnus 68 months. My computer is currently broken, but excited to get back to flying soon. Good flight, Captain. Thank you very much, Magnus, for the 8 months. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for subscribing as well. Molly's vlog, welcome to the channel. Beautiful scene, says Power. It is very, very nice indeed on the island of Sicily. Jamlin, hopefully I'll get Bowser's new PMDG livery converted over to ZB today, tomorrow. Very good. Yes, we've got a fun stream organised for you on Tuesday. More about that to follow. Right, anyway, I'm going to use the cheat to quickly zoom on towards the aircraft. Ding! Look at that. Professional streamer here, and here is the PMDG 737. We're in the Boeing Alpaca Airways livery jet. This is the World Update Palermo scenery, so it's a little bit better than the default one. Completely free if you have Microsoft Flight Simulator to download. All ready to board. The passengers are waiting on the bus as we speak. Pedro has just attached the fuel truck as well, and we're going to now board the aircraft via the air stairs. There's the airport marshaller. Yeah, it's been a while since you've been in this sim. It just reminds you how amazing it looks. The graphics are incredible. It's going to be a beautiful sunset approach, and then I'll let you guys decide. We're going to do 2 sections today. We're going to come back to Palermo. If you'd like me to fly live later, live time, it will be a night approach, or if you want me to go during the day to enjoy the scenery, we'll do a little poll for that anyway. I've just jumped back into the cockpit. There we are. Completely cold and dark. Charts are ready to go at the top there. Pedro doesn't sound very Italian. No, it wasn't the best name. Let's go with Leonardo then. There we go. Eccentric, that livery is spicy. Thank you very much. Andrea, hi Captain. When is your last time you flew in Italy, or during a stream or in real life? I've been to Italy last month, not recently though. I went to somewhere in northern Italy, undisclosed destination, but stream-wise I don't think we've been here recently. Horin de Groot, 2 months as a member. Hi buddy, hi Captain, and passengers, hope you're all healthy. Can't wait to fly this plane again tonight. Awesome stuff. Yep, the updates go thick and fast on PMDG. I was reading, this was the 10th update for this aircraft since release, so that's pretty good going, and it gets better each time. But yeah, this is going to be flown today as I would do at my operator. All the briefings, checklists, the approach we're flying today, I'll try to do it as realistically as possible within the confines of a desktop simulator. Tannish, real time, real live weather, absolutely all completely live today. Right, let's get the show on the road. Battery on, GPU's on the bus, electric hydraulic pumps are on, landing gear lever, we verify it is down. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, all my pre-save views have been deleted. Let me just, well, one of them has. I do. Every time I come back in this simulator, I just find the controls a little bit cumbersome. But let me just reset the view here. No, it's not working. Not a good start for a professional streamer. Sometimes Microsoft Flight Simulator's views just don't save correctly when you save the shortcut to save it. There we go. So, electric hydraulic pumps around. We've got 6 green lights. We'll then check the aircraft documentation. Jessica Hunt, thanks for the 9 months as a member. Hope you're doing very well. Thank you very much for continued support as well. John, damn, I need to sort out my flight sim patching again. I know, I've got the latest AirAC installed as well, guys. Don't worry. That's all ready to go. The speed brakes deployed. So let's do the fault and fire test, because it's our first flight of the day on this 2 sector. What have I done now? 075. I have no idea what I did there. Let's check the squibs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green lights. That's all looking good. Fault fire. We've got a fault APU detector and op. Master caution OV detects. That is correct. Let's do the fire tests. Fire warning lights, engine overheat, wheel well lights, and the overheat and fire warning and master caution lights illuminated too. Andy, for 25 months as a member, hope you're doing well. Alpaca badge. Completed it, mate. Brilliant. Been a great 2 years in this awesome community. Thank you very much, Andy H1302. 2 years and counting. That's very, very kind for your continued support and for being such an active member as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thanks for your help organising, liaising with Lauren for the last group flight. Appreciate that, buddy. Right, parking brake is now set. Working our way down here. We've done overhead panel. We'll arm that. Let's have a look at the operational flight plan for sector number 1. So I'm going to take an additional 30 minutes of fuel. In reality, the weather's really nice for the entire sector. Clear skies here, clear skies in splits. I'm very lucky. Whenever I fly with you guys online, I always seem to have really nice weather, but when I fly in real life, I never have decent weather. It's always rubbish. So yeah, that's just sod's law. But we'll take an extra 30 minutes fuel just in case I mess up the circles land state, which is very likely in a desktop sim. So 30 minutes would be 1,200 kilos on top of that. And that would be 6.8 tons of fuel. So we'll go here to FS actions. We'll do the real-time fueling state because he's already attached. So 6.3. And start, and there's the fuel being uplifted, and we're going to take 175 passengers, and we'll start the boarding process too, so you can see they're already boarding. We have the stairs there. What on earth is going on here? Of all the stands, an aircraft has spawned right on top of me. Well, there's a very simple way of dealing with this, and that's just simply logging off of that sim. There's no ATC, there's no one else joining, but that's how you deal with that. So that's all done. Let's now check the rest of the setup. Fueling boarding's done. We'll test the attend button. We won't put the fasten seatbelt sign on just yet because we're still refueling. Let's pop on the flight directors. Usually comes a bit later. We'll do that now. We'll brake to RTO, reset the fuel flow. Verify the flaps are up, which matches the indicated position. Trim is set to 4 units. Let's do the cargo fire test. There we go. There we are, forward aft. We had the warning bell, no doubt the light was illuminated too. The quality of this is improved. They actually changed, look, the little guard for the discharge switch. That looks really, really crisp. I like it a lot. Rudder and on trims, 3 and 0. Just don't like Microsoft Flight Simulator's cameras. Gear extension door is closed. Circuit breakers are all in. Onto the overhead panel. Stall warning test. Flight recorders checked. Map airspeed warning test. IRS to nav. And on DC, the alignment's going to take. Should come straight away. Check here, should be about 7 or 8 minutes or so. And there's the passengers boarding, circuit breakers in. We check all the emergency equipment, the tech log, making sure the aircraft's fully serviceable, crash access installed. There we go. So I'll just try and log on one more time. Let's see if the guy is gone. No, he seems to have conveniently left. Right, so we'll carry on as we are back on the network, and if that happens again, guys, just be offline for this one. Let's have a look here. So MFRA, I've completed the Real Performance OPT app. Unfortunately, there's something like Avitab for me to open up PDFs to show you the performance. I could show you, but it reflects the background of the camera, showing you my notice board with lots of personal information. But the MFRA here is 1065. And the QNH right now in Palermo is 1020, so I think I'll just push B to quickly set that. Let's go to hectopascals 1020. MFRA is 1065. Now here in Palermo there's something called an emergency turn or an engine out SID, so in the event of an engine failure we don't actually climb straight ahead to the MSA for either terrain, well, I don't think it's terrain, but airspace issues, because on the runway extended line there's no terrain. So we'll have to follow that in case the engine fails after departure, after V1. So MFRA is set 1065. Select traffic, making sure that's on, the lighting. it's pretty good. The lighting in this is far better than the Zebo mod in PMDG, but one of the things, the panel lighting should affect the brightness, and you'll see at night later. This should change, and also the FMC backlighting, it's not modelled that way, so it can be at night quite difficult without the dome light to see the keys. Hopefully they'll fix that at some point. So that's done, and let's go into the FMC, and don't know why that is not loading up the flight plan. There we go. So here's the operational flight plan. The fuel is on its way, and we'll go to return FMC. Perfect. So latest air rack, as you can see, is installed. That expires on the 3rd of December. We are in Palermo, which is Lima, India, Charlie, Juliet. Lima, India, Charlie, Juliet. Got the GPS coordinates here. GPS left. We are routing to Split. Our first of a time visiting Split. Lima Delta Sierra Papa. Call sign is Alpaca. 1 Sierra Papa. There we go. So departures. It's going to be runway 25. The flight plan. We're on our Rosas 5 Quebec. Rosas 5 Quebec. From there. Now, I know you've got this flight plan request, but it doesn't seem to sync with SimBrief. I think you want to manually download the flight plans and try and locate the folder to pull the information in. So, you know, I'm just going to do it manually as I do at my operator. I don't know why they don't have SimBrief integration. Most add-ons do now, but hopefully in time they'll be able to have SimBrief implemented. So there's Amano, direct to Sierra Oscar Romeo, direct to Mollux, and from Mollux we're going to Rupax. From Rupax it's direct to Vapup, and from Vapup it's the Vapup 1 Yankee. So Vapup 1 Yankee. Yankee, and we're going to be flying runway 23. Now, my operator, we actually have a company coded approach for this. Obviously, that's not available in the PMDG 737, so we're going to fly the coded one for VOR Bravo. We're actually prohibited from flying this particular coded approach. Don't know why exactly. So we're going to select this. I'm sort of modified it heavily just to allow it to work in the simulator. It works quite well. So we'll give you a full briefing on that approach anyway when we get a little bit closer. Transition, I believe, I'm just going to have a look at my operator's charts quickly, will be via LASL. Yes, it will be, so LASL. Now let's have a little check here to make sure everything matches up. So go to the plan page and step through this quickly. Don't know why I ought to break the sun lights on. There we go. So LASL stepping through, looks all good. No, we don't want to hold at LASL, so what we're going to do is get rid of that. We've got 3 LASLs, which is not quite correct, but let's do that. Fox Fox split VOR, and then what we're going to do later on, see where my mouse is, we're going to go downwind to circle onto runway 23, and then the missed approach is this, which hopefully won't end up doing. But that looks good. We'll activate that. Execute, just see if the fueling's done. So we asked for 5.7, I think it was 6.9. We've got 6.4. Did I ask that for more? Oh no, hold on, I think I messed up my maths on the fuel, guys. Hold on. I said I'll take 1,200 kilos, so that'd be 6.8. A little bit more, please, fueler. Hope he's not disconnected. No, he hasn't. 6.8. So menu, FS action. Ground services, fuel 6.8. There we are. A little bit more, please. That actually happened quite recently. We had to get additional fuel because what happened was the Bowser at the airport we were at, they ran out of fuel, and what the fuel had done, he put about, we had 3.9 per side, so 3.9 in tank 1 and 2, and then in the centre we could take a total of 20.8 tonnes. So 7/8 full wings, and what he'd done, he put full wings in tank 2, filled the amount of fuel he needed in the centre tank, but he ran out of fuel in his Bowser, and he only put in 3, I think it was 3.4 or 3.5, so we were about 500 kilos short in one of these tanks. We had the correct amount of fuel in the centre tank. His mate came along and he didn't check the gauges, so he said to him they only need an extra 500 kilos of fuel, but he didn't say which tank. So he came along and we were obviously briefing, and then in the centre tank he put additional 500 kilos in the centre tank, still leaving the imbalance. So we had the right amount of fuel, but 3.4, and it was then 3.9 here, and then the correct amount in the centre tank. So we had to get him to come back and put the correct amount of fuel in the wing tank, and then we ended up taking 500 kilos extra. But he was like, "Oops, sorry guys." But yeah, got to make sure you always check as a fuel the correct gauges. Anyway, we now have 6.8, and we'll now go back into the FMC. So let's do the performance. 0 fuel weight is 57.3 with 175 passengers. Our alternate today is Zadar, which is 2.2 tons, which is just there. So 2.2, cost index 30 here in Alpaca Airways. We're cruising up to 38,000 feet on the flight plan. So 38,000 feet is in. Let's go here to the overhead panel. 38,000 feet is set. And the elevation in split is 78 feet, so we'll put in 100 feet here. Perfect. Down back here. Cruise wind is 335 at 30. 335 at 30. They've updated it. I've noticed an update they've already done. They finally changed that, because previously this was wrong. I think they wanted you to put in... Oh, no, it wasn't wind, it was the temperature, wasn't it? I can't remember now. Yeah, that's it. No, they haven't updated it. Top of climb, outside air temperature. They still want you to put the actual temperature. On our FMCs, they actually want us to put the deviation here. So let's have a look at the actual temperature at 38,000 feet. So 38,000 feet is minus 60. It's pretty nippy up there. When it's as cold as that, you've got to be a little bit careful on longer flights at the... minimum fuel temperature, which is minus 43 degrees Celsius, so would be an issue on this sector length today. Again, it just defaults to 18,000, so we'll put in 5,000 feet. Hopefully they'll change that as well. No descent path after split, that's okay, that's expected because there isn't one. Performance from the real OPT then. Based off the actual weather conditions, it's full 22k, and with an assumed temperature of 41 degrees, full length on runway 25. N1 will be 89.2. That makes sense because 90.1, when we put the bleed on, with the engine bleed, we'll lose about 0.8% on the N1 there, so that's all set. Takeoff flat 5, the actual speeds, we've got a 39, 40 and 44. Yeah, the OPT matches the FMC here perfectly. It's they're using obviously the correct data, which is really good to see. V2 144 on the MCP, and trim 6.13 units. One thing they haven't fixed though is the trim speed, still way too slow. Hi Craig, love all the streams. Thanks to you that I'm now a VATSIM controller, just passed my Gatwick exam as well. Be great to see you do a Heathrow Gatwick flight. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Are you busy on Tuesday? I'm doing a charity flight on Tuesday for, well, more to follow. I'll be posting that tonight. I've teamed up with Thrustmaster. We're giving away one of their brand new joysticks. It's very exciting. We've got a special livery as well. More to follow. I'll be posting information about that tonight. But I'll be flying from Heathrow to Gibraltar, then Gibraltar to London City in the PMDG 737. London City, yes. We'll see if it's possible. We've done it before. We'll be fine. So, speeds are all set onto the overhead panel. And let's have a look here. Flight control and spoiler switches, alternate flap switches guarded. We have no lights there. Yaw dampers on. Nav transfer and display switches are normal auto. Fuel, check the cross-feed valve as it's the first flight. Thanks for subscribing there. Okay, Joe, hope you're doing well. So, bright, dim, bright and off. And we've got 4 pumps coming on. Back up here, we've got the AC/DC metering panel set. Cabin utility IV galley power switches are on. Seatbelt sign can come on. Fueling's complete. Imagine PA's complete as well. Test the attend button. Window heats coming on. Probe heats off. Anti-ice is off. And the air conditioning and pressurization needles are showing what they need to show. Trim air is on, PAX auto, that's all set. Let's start the APU as we're almost ready to go. On the MCP here, there's no ATC, so we're going to go straight up to our cruise level of 380. There's no SID stop altitude on the Rosas 5 Quebec. Runway QDM, let's have a little look here. It is 245, so we'll set to 245, and might as well set the courses to 245 as well. 245, 245, 245. Perfect, that's all set. We'll go over to QNH on the ISFD altimeter. Jim, you can have the legs page up. We've got takeoff page here. And the rest is all set. The VOR, let's have a look here. We've got a VOR on the station. I have no idea how to pronounce it though. It is called Papa Romeo Sierra, but I don't actually know the name of it. So we'll tune Papa Romeo Sierra. That is 113.0. Now, I've did a test sector for both these sectors a few days ago. Worked out well. And what's really nice is I actually have a panel state now saved, which I've made. So I can do the replay for you guys on the flight recorder. I now have a transit alpaca, and it sets up the aircraft exactly as it would be in a transit state at mile per 8. So I can do the replay, end it, go back on stand, reload the panel state. It has it all configured, which is really nice of me. Let's have a look here in chat. You can set the default transition as part of the aircraft configuration. I did see that, Dave, but every airport has a different one, so it doesn't really matter what you set it to. It would be nice in time if PMDG can update it to have the correct transition altitude set. It's how it works with the real aircraft off the database, and it works in the Zebo and a few other add-ons as well. It's a small thing, though, small thing. John, I'm hoping the DC Designs Concorde doesn't fly like a brick, but Buzz's screenshot doesn't fill me with confidence. I think it's an okay Concorde. It's not sort of the Concorde we try out on this channel. We like to have sort of high quality add-ons. No, nothing to discredit the developer. They very much, I believe, developed it as a sort of light Concorde, which would be fun for most users. But I might try it at some point there. Yes, City in the Concorde. No, not in Concorde though, John. He also missed the stream doing touch and go landing practice in the bus. Oh dear. Hi Ed, I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you here in chat. Let's carry on with the rest of the settings. Raphael flying out of my base. Nice. Yes, we are here in Palermo. Perfect, so let's get the APU on the bus. And what I'll show you here, if you look at the N1 I was talking about here, so the OPT on the N1 says 89.2. Watch what happens when I put the APU bleed on. It says 90.1. 89.3, so you can see how it changes, and this sort of simulates the bleed demand coming from the engines on takeoff. So when you do a bleeds off takeoff, we have a little bit of thrust available, but we generally only do that if we absolutely have to for performance reasons, because unlike the Airbus where you just simply push two switches, taking off bleeds often the 737 is riddled with threats, because you've got to be very careful with the pressurization system. You can actually blow off the APU and back pressure the APU, so you've got to be quite careful being its archaic design. Right, so we're on a remote stand, no pushback required, so we're going to taxi straight out, make a 180 degree turn, taxi onto the main taxiway to Alpha, take off from runway 25. We are on stand 302, and the SID is a Rosas 5 Quebec, which is runway 25, direct to CJ601. So CJ601, it's going to be a right turn. We've got to be max, oh no, that's only for runway 20, at above 5,000 feet at 603. So seeing it shows a flight level is a nice little quick tip for you. If you change the transition altitude at a foot, it'll change the altitude to an altitude, not a flight level, which is quite nice in the 7.3. Then it's to SOSUB, and then direct to Rosas at above 80, which is all coded. Now I'm going to hand fly this departure, see what updates PMDG have done, see how the aircraft is feels. One other thing I need to put in the FMS is the engine out SID. And again, this is a company specific procedure, so if there's any problems, we'll climb straight ahead to Papa Romeo Sierra until we're off Papa Romeo Sierra until we're 3 miles away, and then we're going to make a right turn to a waypoint called Salap, and when we're there we'll enter a hold. So what we've put there is a fixed ring. We climb runway heading until we get to 3 miles and then make a right turn direct to the waypoint called Salap, which is just there, and we'll enter a hold there, which is the missed approach for the runway 25 142 right hand turns. So that is all set, we're good to go, we're ready to start engines. I am back on VATSIM, there's some traffic there, which is absolutely fine. And oh yeah, we better get rid of all this equipment. So let's now go into the FMC. FS actions. I think there's a quick way of doing it. It's just basically remove chocks, and that does everything there. So aircraft, FS actions, ground services. So remove the chocks and doors, closing doors. I thought it said air stairs inebriated. No, inhibited. There we go. It's getting rid of everything there. Oh, there's the moon in the background. Very nice. And 321 now. The 737 AC system really is now very old. Do like the 73 though, quirky but lovely. Yes, it is antiquated, but it works. Very reliable. I've in 10 years, 11 years not had any major issues. No pressurization issues. I've had some temperature control issues in the past, but maybe once or twice. The Estes had too much Prosecco. Oh dear. Brilliant. Secret GG, yeah, that's quite a commonly asked question. Very obvious, but something I don't disclose publicly. Why is none of this equipment driving off? I told you to put the chocks away and I thought that did everything. Probably not. Ground services. Right. Chocks, chocks, chocks. Remove, remove. Departure hold. Departure hold. Why? Departing. I think it's very slow, isn't it? Just getting rid of everything. Can't really start the engines with all this equipment here. The immersion, the sound is great. It sounds like I'm doing a walk around. Matthew, you don't have to ever turn the APU bleed off with the 767 hashtag progress. That's an old plane. Oh dear. Why is none of this stuff going? Departure hold, departing carts. I do like all the external features that they've added to add a bit of immersion during boarding, but it's not easy. I don't like how it has to wait for stuff. You have to set the you have to set the chocks. Oh. I thought I've done that in the past and it just gets rid of everything. Chocks have been set anyway. Still says departure hold, stairs departing. You can only depart one thing at a time. Go! They're all blocking each other so it's confused. Oh dear. It's nice, but they just need to tighten it up slightly. Right, how can I do this then? What do I do? I don't dare request something else. Ah, there we go. One step at a time. The bus is off. As is PMDG services. Right, well, just to keep shit on the road because it will be dark by the time we get there. But air conditioning packs off, anti-collision lights on, parking brake set, transponder is out of squawking at 2000. Feral Demon, I've had this before. I ended up dragging them along the taxi before disappearing when airport. No, it's okay. So the anti-coal light, yeah, there you go. That's scared them away. Unfortunately, there is a tug there, and it is a self-manoeuvring stand. Maybe I can get them to remove again. Oh, well, we'll just do the quick one when we get to split. Right, starting engine number 2. Shortage in ground handling staff. There's only one driver for all the equipment. That's quite realistic, Matteo, to be fair. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Nice to see you here. N2. N1. Oil pressure 25%. Startup timer looks perfect. I'll time the next one. Have I ever flown the Classic with mixed fleet 300, 400, 800s in my company? Nope, never flown the Classic, only the NG. And the Max. I've never flown a Max. So far, 10 out of 10, the PMDG. I can't fault anything there with the setup. Yeah, well, the little things like the transition altitude and the passengers boarding. Tiny criticism would be the starter cutout was very quick. It's probably about 3 times as long to remove. But I'm being very nitpicky. It's really a sensational add-on. Starting engine number 1, 2, 4, 6, 3. Let's time this one. And 2. Welcome aboard there, Nils. Hope you're doing well. Oil pressure and 1. Get a bit of fun in this aircraft in a stream, I thought. You've got service-based failures here, but you can actually crank it right up to as many failures as you want. So I might do a stream with you where I set it to... You have 10-hour intervals, so you can set up how many failures you like in 10 hours. So I might put something like 20 failures and try and do a 2.5-hour sector. See what happens. I think you guys are quite like that. N2, N1. Sounds are good. The sounds are perfect. Start time there was exactly the same. So that from that going off, and then the starter cutout light illuminator is probably about 2 or 3 times as long, but that is extremely critical. But otherwise, very, very good. 1 and 2 stable. Blank the lower DU. Let's do the before taxi flow. Generators on. APU is off. Start switch is continuous. Probe heat's on. Anti-ice off. Air conditioning. Packs auto. Isolation valve. So AP bleed is off and set. Let's try the flight controls. There we go. So full forwards. Make sure we've got the yoga view. Full forwards, full back, left and right. Here comes the rudders. Full right and full left. That looks good. Recall, and then we'd read the before taxi checklist. Now it looks like there's no ATC here. Just that tug. There's an aircraft taxiing out, although it looks like he's taxiing out as part of a different runway than I'm planning, but we'll have to see there. Did you reset timer? Yes, that is off there. They increased the trim speed too. It definitely needed increasing. Someone told me I was wrong and it didn't need increasing, and now they have increased it. Yeah, well, it is... Hold on, I forgot to do the flaps. Yeah, that's about right, to be fair. Just going back and forth there. Yeah, the wheel just needs to be sped up slightly, but yeah, it looks like they have increased the trim speed there. Right, so all good. Let's release parking brake and do a config check. Ignore the tug and the ground crew. Yeah, absolutely no idea. Config. So spool up time's a little fast. Why are we not moving? Did I not forget to? I know what I forgot to do. All good. Config. Way, the spool up time is a little, well, it's far too fast from ground idle. Right, there is traffic there. A bit of Unicom, hadn't I? If he's departing off to the right, that's fine. We can wait. Palermo traffic out. Back 10 Papa, taxi to hold point, runway 25 Alpha. Perfect, clear right. There's the other aircraft taxiing out, so we'll just make sure he departs. If he wants to use the other runway, it's up to him, but it will be runway 25 in use here, I think, unless there's some sort of preferential runway order I am unaware of. Take the next right at Juliet and go via Alpha. Yeah, the inertia seems to improve, so I'm idle thrust in, it's rolling quite nicely. Again, the taxiing is quite static, so there's left or right rudder, but again, there's limitations if you're using rudder. I understand if you get a tilt, it does feel a lot more realistic. PMDG taking notes each time Captain takes it on a flight. Well, funny enough, I looked at some of the release notes, and there was a couple of points in one of the release notes, not the most recent one, which is something I did say. But yeah, but I know a lot of people post. I don't post on the PMDG forums because they require to use your real name, and I think in this day and age, you know, especially with my job, I would rather people don't know exactly who I am. It's a personal choice, of course, but I would happily provide feedback on the forums, but for that reason I don't. But I do see people who do comment and said they watched the stream, and I do see replies from the devs. So, and I'm sure you've all heard of 737NG Driver, who is 737 first officer making content and also a tester for the PMDG 737. But I'm trying to encourage him to fly the Zebo mod and see how he thinks it is, but he might not be allowed to. Anyway, thanks for subscribing there, Eloise Devon. Hope you're doing well. I pronounced that correctly. Let's do the before takeoff checklist. So config are checked. Flaps, we've got 5 green lights. Stab trim 6.2 units. Set and a takeoff briefing. Pax auto bleeds on. V speed set for departure. 40, 40, 44. That's set on the MCP. And the departure is the Rosas 5 Quebec, climbing straight ahead. CJ 601 right. Climbing straight to our cruise flight level 380. If we have an engine failure after V1, we'll climb straight ahead until we're 3 miles away from Papa Romeo Sierra. We're going to make a right turn towards Salap to hold at 3,000 feet. There we are. Oh, 737M drivers switching to A330 in real life. Well, there you go. Good for him. There's a lot of movement in the industry at the moment. A lot of people are trying or moving different airlines as well, which is good. Good for all of you guys who are thinking of flight training or in flight training. It's the typical airline or industry swing. You know, it swings up and down. Look at the reflection on the gauges from the flaps. That's so cool. Right, we're just going to hold short here because I'm just not sure what that aircraft's doing. Perfect. So let's my brakes. Now, yeah, I do have one thing I would like to note about the PMDG, which I've noticed. The steel brakes seem to overheat far too quickly. Now, I have landed a 737 quite light and used max manual braking, and it does increase brake temperatures, but on the PMDG what they have is the temperature braking for steel brakes is off the scale, and then it causes problems because you have the tyres bursting in the failure input, and then you can't taxi. And then the problem is if you replace the tyres, you have to then call the brakes. Now what happened was I accidentally saved a panel state after landing in the transit state, and the brakes were hot, and I just done I braked manually with reverse thrust, and I looked at the brake cooling time. It's been 25 minutes, but instead it burst all the tyres. So I think that's something they need to tweak. NG Driver carries a lot of your input on board, it seems. Well, I mean, I've been testing 737s for Zebo for ever since, well, 4 or 5 years now. Yeah, I've got a little bit of knowledge. Right, anyway, let me just have a look outside. Where's your boy there? He's not said anything on Unicom, and he's at the whole point there. Right. Palermo traffic, count back at 1 Sierra Papa's taking off from runway 25. There we are. I've spoken now. Hold on. No, I haven't. Hold on, guys. My push to talk button, I need to reset. I've just realised I'm not. Palermo traffic, count back at 1 Sierra Papa is taking off from runway 25. Just make sure that guy's not lying. No, he's holding short. He hasn't said anything. So let's go. And below the line. No, the weather radar's not working, but we'll just put it on. So, MCP is set, and transponder is set to TARA, strobe lights are on, landing lights are on, chat's complete, Toga's in chat, let's go to split. It's a little bit later leaving than I would like to have left, but it's going to be quite close to sunset, but we'll be fine. My brake on my control column. Ugh. Timing. Ugh, well, I don't know why when I press the reset view it puts me up there. So engines are stabilised. Usually you have a dip in EGT, but again, there's just a little limitation in the sim. Set takeoff thrust. Now takeoff thrust set indications normal. The spool up time was perfect on the to take off thrust there. So I'm using a bit of a left rudder. Check, release forward pressure. Again, it feels a bit Yeah, it's just Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's better, but it's still a little bit static in the movement, so the rudder is sort of like, it moves very blocky. It's not bad.
Roadway.
Okay, here we go. Okay, bit of a dead band. Should be a little bit pronounced, but not too bad. Gears coming up. I have to cycle it low to get the gear up, guys, but it is working now. Can't get the gear down, though. Yeah, feels good. The rotation was quite light. Again, I've been flying the real aircraft recently, so you know, getting used to the thrustmaster yoke, it is really good, but it is obviously lighter than the real aircraft. LNAV. I'll bug up. Yeah, not bad at all. I'm quite light today. I've got a huge amount of fuel, so performance is quite typical. There's N1 climb, 1500 feet AGL, flaps 1. Beautiful day here in Palermo, look at that. Very nice departure. And flaps up. Coming up to Charlie Juliet 601. They fixed the trim, which is good, the speed trim system. Hopefully they've just deactivated it. Doesn't trim continuously. It's great to see that. What great steps they've made, really nice. Once we get inbound to CJ603, now a lot of people have said they have improved the trim. So what we're going to do is just complete the turn at the up speed, and then we'll select VNAV, accelerate to 250. And I'm just going to see how the aircraft trims. Literally in the sim doing this yesterday. Still having to trim more than I'd expect. I'm still trimming nose up. Still, no, I wouldn't say I've changed the trim. I'd be shooting up at 8,000 feet per minute now. It still needs a bit of work. So VNAV. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to trim. I'm going to not trim it. I'm going to accelerate to 250, and I'm going to see how long it takes me to trim it out for 250 knots. So VNAV set standard. It's very good. Don't get me wrong. There's 250, so don't forget I've not trimmed it. Now in reality there'd be a lot more forward pressure required for that speed change. So you can see it's not in trim, so if I let go the nose wants to come up, that's correct. Now I'm just going to see how long it takes for me to trim it out for 250 knots. There we are, so we're pretty much in trim there. A little bit too much. It's not far off, actually. You know, the amount of time it took me to trim at that speed, it wasn't far off. Again, I don't think it's as effective. See, in the real aircraft, when you trim, you can really feel the weight change. It's quite a heavy aeroplane, the 7.3, which I'm not getting because of the force feedback of the controls, but it's not bad. You know, for the average user, no problem at all. No problem at all. Right, I'll just turn the sim down slightly, and we'll now do the after takeoff checklist. Gears off, water brakes off, and we've got the start switches going off, air conditioning, pressurization, diffs now 3.9, and all set. Release the crew, and standard set, passing 9-1, flight level 380, after takeoff. Checklist is complete. We're on our way to Split. Liam Echo, I said they increased trim, not fixed it. They have increased it, I think so. It's but it's certainly a step in the right direction. Oh no, I've not set up Nightbot. I completely forgot, guys. Yeah. Right, 102 for 380. Let me just do the pre-cruise checks. I forgot to update Nightbot. Fuel 4 pumps. Lights can come off. APU's off. Pressurization 4.3 set. Seriously, right, I didn't go through my list. Really cool. Pre-cruise checks complete. Like, let me just sort out Nightbot in the background. Sorry about that, guys. Probably getting all this flight factor information coming through. Right, yes. Your stream simplified. Not simplified enough for me, it would seem. Right, let me just update this in the background, guys. If you hear my own voice, it's just because I've opened up my own stream. Just copying some information across. A lot of the information you get from Nightbot is in the video description.
Palermo traffic, on track
I
211,
hear
connecting
life.
off of departure, running side.
Right, well, that's one a bit of information sorted. I'll get the link for the Alpaca Airways liveries. Alpaca Airways livery link is now being posted. That's that done. The flight plan I need to do. The timers are off. And routing information. So what I'll do, I'll put the routing for both operational flight plans in chat. So if you want to join in on, let's say, the second sector, you get the exact routing I'm flying. So I'm just grabbing those now.
40, 30.
Thank you
20,
very much, Sim737 pilot for your $7.37. Thank you.
Wouldn't your eyeball view be higher to see down the glare shield and see part of nose? Or is your view lower for better gauges view for streaming?
I love it when Nightbot, not Nightbot, when Streamlabs reads the voice. It's so funny. Streaming. Yes, great. Thank you very much, Sim737 pilot. Great question. Let me just just finish doing this in the background. And yeah, you're quite right. I do adjust it looking at a 2D, monitor, and also to make it better for you guys watching. I'll go through both shortly. Just posting the routing information here for the second sector. Go, that's that one. Just putting in the rest. And cruising on the way back at flight level 350. 1 hour. Perfect. Nightbot should now all be correct. Perfect. So my default view, Sim737 pilot, is this, and I've sort of set this up here so it it sort of gives you the best picture whilst you watch the stream. So I've got my ticker down here, which doesn't block any of the instrumentation, and then I've got the fly live up here. It's a bit of a narrow band for the window, but yeah, in the flight typically it's so sensitive here. Probably I'd have it like that on final approach, so you can just see the top of the glare shield, and the default sort of. Why is it when I press return to the view it goes back? Whereas that's sort of where it would be on takeoff and landing. Then for the stream is about there, nearabouts as well. But that's how I have it all set up. But no, thank you very much for your donation there. Lawrence had a nightmare flight last night. Captain Airline wouldn't land in Gibraltar due to fog and diverted to Malaga. 6 hours later, we're back to Manchester. Alpaca would have chanced it. Well, you should be glad to be home back safely. Anyway, oh my goodness, all the way back to Manchester. Yeah. Now, I'm doing a charity stream on Tuesday. We're flying to Gibraltar because I've only been there once at a stream and it looks really good in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So it'll be a full 2-sector day. It'll be a 6-hour stream and I'll be flying from... I haven't decided yet. It'll be London Heathrow or London Gatwick to start. Then going into Gibraltar, then for a bit of fun, Gibraltar to London City in the 737. Teamed up with Thrustmaster, they're going to be giving away a copy of their brand new Airbus Sidestick X, which is very similar to the existing one, which has Xbox compatibility. And say thanks to you guys, I'll buy one viewer a copy of the PMDG 737-800. I need to contact them to see how to do that though, because they don't seem to have any vouchers on their site, so I might have to transfer you the funds. But yeah, more to follow. Beautiful. I don't know what little tiny island that is. That'd be quite a fun place to explore in a light aircraft. Tiny little island north of Palermo. It's there in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Ustica. Really quite cool look. Ride over Italy, flying directly overhead Naples. See if we can see Mount Vesuvius and Pompeii. And then once we've crossed Italy, over the Adriatic, and then on to Split. Once we get to our cruise level, we'll start setting up the approach, because it is a challenging one today. Morning, Captain. Hope you're doing well, Taylor. Craig, do it from Gatwick so I can control you all mate, and I get you full London. All right then, fine. I'll go for Gatwick. I can change that. Gibraltar's a fun approach with crosswinds. I haven't looked at the long-term forecast. Hopefully it's not foggy. It'll be a long airstream. That one 2 seconds a day. And all personal donations will be off. This is a charity stream. I typically do, since 50,000 subscribers, I pass that. Every time we pass 10,000 I do a charity stream. This is a one-off special stream in partnership with unannounced charity, and I'll publish it tonight, and with Thrustmaster, which is pretty cool. Hello Shaquille Oatmeal, hope you're doing well. Mohammed Al-Maskari, what software is that, Captain? I'm sure you're talking about Navigraph Charts, which is just up. Very worthwhile investment, not very much per month. You get a lot for it, 11, 12 euros. I think it comes up my PayPal. And you get all Navigraph charts, they're all up to date, valid charts, obviously not to be used for real world navigation, but they are identical to charts real pilots are using, and you've got this fantastic overlay. And I think they're about to release a new update to the charts, a new system, but it works really well. Fully integrated with your respective simulator, be it X-Plane or Microsoft Flight Sim. Yeah, the PMDG is handling really nicely, really nicely indeed. Craig, I'll publish it tonight. I'll publish a stream. It'll be quite an early start, Craig. It's about, I think, I just need to talk to, let me just check my emails. I think it's 10 AM I said, or 11.
Welcome.
Maybe 11. Well, I've already had the stream up live. It's just unlisted at the moment, but I will post it tonight, so I'm going to be streaming between then and now and then. Yeah, Gatwick's always busier on that sim, so it'll probably be a better airport to depart from, won't it? What time did I say? 11 AM on Tuesday, the 8th.
Welcome.
That is when one shall go live. And I'm just changing the video description to Gatwick. Well, is there a Gatwick scenery available? Because I do have the is it no? Innie builds Heathrow, so I don't know if there's a Gatwick available yet for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Thanks for subscribing there, Rohan and Diablo Dev. Hope you're doing well, guys. Look at these shadows. This blows X-Plane out of the water with lighting and shadows. So graphically, yes. I'm still a fan of blade element theory, though. I think the aircraft handle feel far more realistic with that. But the actual, this is awesome. There's Mount Etna, I think, on Sicily, on the right there. Superb. Really nice. There is a great freeware Gatwick scenery, okay. I don't know why ETA is broken on the top there. Have I put the incorrect code in? No, LDSP. Sorry, I haven't. Okay, I was talking about how FlyLab seems to be working today, but ETA does not. It's weird how that's not working. It's giving you the blue bar, so it knows we're going in that direction. These are the pre-assigned views. There's the moon. Very nice. Hope the volumes are all good. Anyway. Jam, got to go and walk the dog. Catch you all in a bit. Take care, buddy. My fellow non-bounty eater. Ugh. Having a bit of a debate in the members' Discord today. I saw on the news this morning that Celebrations, isn't it, are no longer, or they're considering discontinuing bounty chocolates in their chocolate pack, and I was very happy. I don't like bounty. Who puts coconut in chocolates? So I asked everyone, yay or nay for this, and it was mostly nay. They want to keep bounty in chocolates. Ugh. No way. Big Jack of Gaming, g'day buddy, what do you think of the update? Yeah, it seems really good. Definitely noticed some changes to the handling, a bit lighter off the ground. Rudder on takeoff wasn't much of a crosswind, but it was the same sort of Microsoft Flight Simulator feel. Not bad, just not as... I don't prefer it as much as I do in X-Plane. But yeah, PMDG's handled it exemplary. Who was that? Sorry, 32 months there. Andy M71, hey, thanks buddy. 32 months, remember. Are there any bounty pass in the refreshments card? No. Llama Airways. Off you go. they used to have bounty all night, all day long. Toblerone, I wouldn't choose to buy it, chew it, but I'd eat it. But I wouldn't do it anyway, any other way. Hold on, someone said, hey, 737 driver, is he lurking in chat? There he is! I've liked him. Nice to see you trying a new 737 update. Looking forward to hear your opinion on the changes at the end of the stream. Thank you very much. Guys, as I was mentioning earlier, just before takeoff for 737NG driver, please do check out his channel. He is a PMDG tech team member, I would quote, I think quoting that correctly. So he's been involved with the development of this aircraft, 737 pilot. And yeah, as I was saying, certainly during takeoff, there's certain elements that feel good. Again, I know you haven't tried X-Plane. I do prefer how aircraft feels. Certainly 12 needs to be made a lot more updates moving forward. Trim seems to improve, still not quite as effective as I'd like to see it, but certainly better. But let's have a look. I've done one of the great things now. The autopilot's a lot better. It seems to be holding commanded value. So if you set a vertical speed of 2,000 feet per minute, it will do it. It'll level off and maintain altitude now, which was you know, on release when I saw it wasn't doing that was a big shame. But now they've addressed that finally. That's great to see. And one of the reasons why we're flying the approach into split today as a circling manoeuvre, we've got a very brief level segment, all configured. You know, gear down, flat 15. And I tested it already. No super surprise for you. It did it very well. Pitch and power spot on. So yes, we'll do it today with all of you watching. First approach I'll consider as I would in real life, so if I'm destabilised I'll fly the missed approach. One thing I did notice in testing though, I did a touch and go in the aircraft. The PMDG 737 really didn't like that. After the touch and go around, I got gear warning horns even though the gear was down. So I had the gear down with the gear warning horn going off and I could not reset it. So I did fix it by recycling the gear. But then the FMS, I couldn't load anything else in the approach, so it didn't like that. But again, I'm sort of giving it a situation which it's not really programmed to deal with, maybe. And I certainly know Zevo had a lot of work to do when I sort of started doing touch and goes in the mod to make sure the FMS and things like that wouldn't freeze and mess up, and along with all the configuration warning horns. Andy, I would have thought pilots ain't nothing but huge Toblerones. How much time they spent in airports. Well, contrary to popular belief, they're not in a massive... I haven't seen a massive pyramid of Toblerones for years. Then again, I don't fly too often. Where are they? Switzerland? I don't know. What are the big updates? Let's have a look together. So... I'm looking at the release notes. So, update focuses on control law and stability, ensuring proper management of atmospheric instabilities that may occur mid-flight. The complete changelog follows below. Well, yes, Microsoft Flight Simulator and X-Plane 12 both are not doing a great job in modelling gusts at the moment. I have to say Microsoft Flight Simulator doing a better job at ensuring the wind's quite fixed in direction, whereas X-Plane 12, this is waving all over the place in the cruise, which is adding a lot of instability to aircraft. The automation's trying to fly against that, and it's really struggling. Certainly did in the last couple of X-Plane 12 streams I did. So they fixed some bugs associated with the electric hydraulic pump low pressure lights coming on too late during the start. Level change improvements. So I think previously it was pitching up and down, punching up and down, so we could try that out. The descent, virtual cockpit clippings, that'd be graphical issues, ETA issues around midnight, cruise phase. This was a bug I've seen before. Cruise phase revival even with geometric descent. So my operator, we have idle. Well, they've actually changed all our VNAV logic. It's called common VNAV now. So yeah, I remember before if you changed altitude, you couldn't update the cruise level or something. So it looks like they fixed that. Refinement of auto throttle speed mode in turbulence, new auto throttle speed mode system, cabin lighting. Can you visit the cabin? This may be in one of the preset views. Still can't get through. Oh, maybe it's one of the preset views. Pilot's not showing on the external view. There you go. You can see Jim and I as happy as Larry. That's been fixed. This is another one, so it looks like it worked on the autopilot a lot. This was a big issue. Oscillations when using vertical speed for descent. So I remember testing it and I selected vertical speed and you change it and it'll be oscillating 200 or 300 feet either side, whereas in the real aircraft it is rock solid at maintaining altitude and rock solid at maintaining commanded vertical speed, as long as you're within the flight envelope, of course. So yeah, I've not tested this exact version because I did my test stream or test sectors a couple of days ago, but it was the latest version then. So yeah, we'll repeat it, and I noticed improvements with that previous version, so this should be even better. Yes, Taylor Earl, well, that's one of the biggest things. They've been able to update it so it actually can now maintain altitude and hold. Perfect. 737NG driver, tell me how you like the new autothrottle behaviour, especially the accuracy when maintaining a speed. You'll know what I mean. Let's have a look then. Well, let's change our speed. Let's go to 7.5. But I like the animation has changed on the thrust. Nice and smooth, whereas a little bit jaggedy before. Let's see, the amount of thrust coming from the engine at high altitude has also improved significantly. It'd be great. I think I need to turn off throttle block, because at the moment I'm moving my thrust levers and it's not moving these. But yeah, I never really noticed any inability to not maintain speed in the past. Did you apply the update that was released yesterday? Yes, Dave Page, this morning. Yeah, seems very good. But you certainly, compared to the Zebo mod, it has much smoother thrust changes. So in the Zebo, it's a little bit quick, the auto thrust changes. Again, there's limitations within X-Plane with regards to that. But yeah, you can see here, this is the dangers of operating at higher altitude and getting to a low speed situation if you let the thrust get low. The ability to recover thrust is a lot more difficult. But we've got max continuous thrust almost set there. It should be setting 98 precisely. You know, it's only 0.3 off, 0.4 off. In the real aircraft, it should be exactly the bugged command if low on speed. So it's a little bit off there, but otherwise, yeah, there was never an issue before that. Sean, do you have curves set up for your Thrustmaster yoke? And do you have them shared anywhere? I don't. With the Thrustmaster yoke, I've just plugged it into Microsoft Flight Simulator. For me, you don't have sort of feedback like you do for the real aircraft, such as like an elevator field system or anything like that. There are limitations in a desktop sim. The feel I get from the Thrustmaster with regards to control inputs in both sims is that the aircraft is responding as it should within the confines of a desktop simulator. Having a lot of issues in X-Plane 12, I do need to go over the control curves there, because at the moment the mod, it's requiring, you know, if you make a full input and roll or pitch, it's reacting perhaps half as much as it should have done in pitch and roll, so that does need correcting. I need to change and play on my curves, but really I really don't fully understand how to play with that and work and get the feedback from that, whereas certain other people do. Now, for those who don't know Tim, who helps develop the Zero Mod flight model, he has you know, best part of half a century's worth of experience flying jumbo jets, 737, 727, 747, you name it, he's flown it. I often go to him with regards to helping get those sort of things set up. James, has there been any news about getting a working weather radar? I don't think they can with the limitations of the sim. Having said that, I think the King Air I flew from Just Flight had, I believe, working weather radar, so I don't know. Yeah, one update I'd like to have is the new FMCs. We still have climb, cruise and descent pages, whereas we have a VNAV.normal hours. Right, so let's now start setting up for this approach in Split, as we don't have a huge amount of time to go. Let's get all the charts ready first, so let's deselect the Palermo charts. Go all the way over to Split. We're just about to cross into Italy. If we have a little look outside. Oh yes, we're going overhead Naples and Vesuvius, aren't we? That might be Vesuvius straight ahead. We'll have a look shortly. Oh yeah, should we revert to FMC speed? We perhaps should, thank you. There we are. Still in FMC speed, it's just the speed window open. There we are, 7.9. Let's start setting up for the approach then. So 250 below 10,000. Execute forecast winds are in. Oh yes, we need to get an operational flight plan. I do wish I had Avitan. I'm so used to using it. So again, these descent forecast winds, it'll be nice if they have some sort of sim brief integration. That's completely normal because we don't have a descent path after Split. It'd be nice to be able to fetch it. I think you have to manually add a document in a file to get that done off SimBrief for now, but hopefully in time they'll have full SimBrief integration. So descent winds 310, 200, 100, 326 35, 200 is 282 at 20, 10,000 228 at 13. Execute the forecast QNH in Split, looking at the METAR right now. It's a beautiful day. Winds 2305. Oh great, it's actually now favouring runway 23 for the circle. It's 20 degrees, QNH is 1018, so we'll set 1018. Execute. Preset that here on the PFD. And let's now have a look at the arrivals. So the star flying is a Valop 1 Yankee. Where are you? Valop 1 Yankee. Valop. Can't find it. No stars, Valop. Let me just make sure I've spelt it correctly. Split. No, it's a Sally. Oh no, it's a Valop 1 Yankee. I can't write. Found you. So we'll pin that. Approach we're flying today is going to be the VOR Bravo, runway 23, followed by a circle to land with prescribed tracks for special procedure. See chart 10-1P. There we go. Oh no, that's quite what we're doing. What it is, we're sort of doing this a little bit differently. We're coming in from this direction from Split 049. So we're going to Split, flying 049, and then we're meeting this track. We cannot cross 4.6 due to terrain. Now I did get a lot of God. Sorry guys, let me start again. Literally every stream, yeah, I know. The reason is I can't see the PDF on screen. Okay, they don't have a PDF viewer. They probably do. If they have a PDF viewer, please let me know and I'll download it immediately. So at the moment when I use Microsoft Flight Simulator, I have to open a PDF document on a separate window, and I can't see that on my screen unless I look over on my second monitor in the distance. I can see Streamlabs desktop. Yeah, no more excuses. I don't have an you're a real pilot emoji, but it's definitely a bit of a from me. So yeah, sorry about that. Right, so as mentioned, we've got the star selected. VOR Bravo. we're going to do this 049 to 3.4 miles, which is not coded here, and then we're going to sort of turn onto this. Yeah, the EFB. When they get the EFB like Phoenix have, they're onto a winner. So we're actually not really flying that part there. We're going to do this here onto the runway there. Need to flush after that, I know. I don't have the capacity for this. And then we're going to be landing on runway 23. And guarantee you they'll be using 05 here. They only go to 23 with very strong winds. They'll take a tailwind on 05 up to 10, I think maybe up to 15 knots. So I've got all the charts selected. So let's put some fix rings in at the FMS, some nav aids, get everything tuned up here. So fix rings. I'm going to have something up for runway 23. Just for situation awareness, see how far we are from touchdown. So runway 23. So /10. And I'm also going to have the split VOR on a second fix ring. Sierra Papa Lima. I'm going to have outbound 049, so 049 radial, /3.4 to commence the turn. And also 4.6 because we cannot cross that radial. That is a maximum, maximum boundary. Beyond that, you're going to be getting quite close to terrain. So we have a look at the ND. Oh, completely crossed Mount Vesuvius. Oh no, I haven't. There it is. Mount Vesuvius, ladies and gentlemen. Pompeii, if you've not heard of the story. That's absolutely stunning in the sim, isn't it? Live time, live weather. If you can hear me still, there is Mount Vesuvius down there. It looks great, doesn't it? Absolutely awesome. Superb simulator, it really is. Look, they got the entire width of Italy in view there. There's the Mediterranean, there's the Adriatic. Superb. Right, distracted there, but good reason to be. Let's go to plan to show you these lovely fix rings which we put in. So, we zoom in onto 10 miles on the scale. So we're going in via Chemix, Lassal, there's the arrival. Fox 019 is the final approach fix, and then the split VOR, and then we're going to go to heading select. Now, my operator, we have a custom coded radius to fix approach which we can use, which obviously Navigraph don't have access to, which allows us in real life to use LNAV and VNAV all the way around, which makes it a lot easier. Today it's going to be turned up to 11 because I'm going to have to use heading select and vertical speed, but what a great way of testing the PMDG 737. Now at the moment, the routing in LNAV, it doesn't know what to do. It's going to split to runway 23 because this approach isn't coded as per my operator's approach. So we're going to do is in heading select and vertical speed as per my operator's SOPs instead of using LNAV and VNAV. And I'll brief you on how we're going to do that. And you can see here, all of this has been depicted 100% correctly with the PMDG, which is pretty cool. Can you not create a waypoint? That's actually a really good point there, Andy. I could, but I really... No, because we're going to be testing vertical speed. You know what? Let's do it. So split 049 3.4. You should be able to. So split 049 /3.4 after split. Perfect. We can do that. Execute. And then I can bring it to runway 23. But we're not going to use that's a bit wonky. There you go. So that's actually worked quite well, and it's actually programmed it when you create waypoints, it does them as fly past. So we're going to use LNAV initially then, and then we'll just go heading select, and then we'll make that turn in heading select onto final. But yeah, that's a good... I didn't even think about doing that. You'd make a great captain on 7.3. Superb. Bit of a me. Right. So, how are we going to fly this then? Let's start here. Make sure everything else is set up. So 15.7 for the VOR. And course is a 019. 019. And the minimum's 2,500 feet. See here, look what I was talking about earlier. Night, not authorised. You have to do this during daylight hours, so at 30 minutes, up to 30 minutes after sunset, official sunset. I can actually tell you the exact time the approach ban will be enforced. So local time 16:43. So sunset's 15:53. 16:13 Zulu is the latest approach time. So a little under an hour, but we are about half an hour, 35 minutes away. I could, Christopher Eklund, you can create your own RNAV into LDSP 23 all the way down. I could do, but because I want to test vertical speed and sort of fly it in heading, select and VS, there's several different ways of doing the same job. So the way I'm doing it is just the way to test with the Zebo mod. My operator, we can fly this one. We can't fly. There is an RNAV approach here, coded, and in the FMS here. So RNAV visual. We are not, at my operator, allowed for whatever reason to fly this. I don't know why, but yeah, there is one you guys can select and use LNAV and VNAV, but I'm just following my operator's SOPs. Well, I'm not really, because I can't fly the coded approach, but this one, for whatever reason, we can't fly it. So, we got all the frequencies courses. It was just the minimum, so the circling minima, we round up to the nearest 100 feet, so it'd be 2,100 feet we'll set. Let's ensure the aircraft doesn't actually get any lower than that, so we'll set 2,100. There we go. Just take ages out. Thankfully my mouse has a quick spin ability. So 2,100 feet is set. So how are we going to fly this, guys? We're going to fly the full arc towards, oh no, and actually no, we're not coming in via there, we're routing direct on the star to Larsal, aren't we? So this is our routing in via Vapup. We're coming in from the south. Right turn towards Chemex. Vapup Chemex. And then we're going to make a further right turn 701. And then it's an flyover waypoint, so we're going to have to go via Lassal. So once we get to Lassal, that's the initial approach fix. We'll start the approach there, and you can see it's at 229 knots. So what I'm going to do is bring the speed right back to 220 knots or below at the initial approach fix, which is at Lassal, so 220 or below. Execute. Once we get to Lassal, we're onto the approach there. So it's an RNAV arrival, just follow the waypoints until you get to the approach. So, VOR Bravo, so from Larsal, we're going to fly inbound towards Split 019 inbound, and basically how it's coded is there's a Fox 019 point. What that point is, it's this point here. It's a 2,500 feet fine approach fix, 5 miles from Split. Now, how we're going to configure is as follows. We'll have flap 1 by Larsal, flap 5 thereafter. Then what we're going to do just before this waypoint here, before we start our descent, we're going to be level, by the way, at 2,500 feet. We're going to configure gear down and flat 15. Now, to test the PMDG's ability to maintain altitude, what I'm going to do is make a waypoint. It's only 5 miles to lose 500 feet, so it's a very gradual descent. In fact, if I delete this, what height would it be for a CDA? Yeah, 3299. Well, we can actually put 2,500 feet or above here. And what I'm going to do is, prior to Split, I want to have a level segment at 2,100 feet. So the idea is, if you're to fly this approach, you descend down to 2,100 feet, and if at the VOR level at 2,100 feet, you could not see the runway, you would go around and make a right turn. Now what we want to do is ensure we're level at 2,100 feet, and then we have the ability, prior to the VOR, to make a decision. Right, can I see the airport? Can I continue? Yes. If not, at the VOR we go around, Mach 185 knots, outbound 123 to Humac to hold on the missed approach. So what I want to do is make sure we're level a mile before. So what I'm going to do is select Split / minus 1 mile. This is a real test here. So you can see I've made a waypoint here, SPL 02, 1 mile before, execute, and I'm going to tell the FMC I want to be level at 2,100 feet. You can see it was going to estimate there at 2,200. So there we are, 2,100 feet, and also at the Split VOR, I want to be at 2,100 feet. So there we are. VNAV now has something to bite and chew on to ensure that it can try and follow that. And it's not moaned at us saying we can't do it. And what we're going to do, guys, once we're at 2,100 level, we'll configure gear down flat 15. And then we're going to make a right turn, 049 to 3.4 miles. And at this point, we can actually initiate a descent once we pass the Split VOR. We don't need to maintain the circling minima. It's sort of now a visual manoeuvre here. It says, well, visual manoeuvre prohibited, but on this arrival here. Now, what we do at my operator, outbound from here, we descend to 1,100 feet, to be at 1,100 feet at 3.4 miles, and then once I get to 1,100 feet, which I'm going to use in vertical speed, and we'll set the missed approach altitude, I'll then disconnect here and hand fly this, and I want to aim turning final to be at around 600-700 feet. Hopefully we'll see the pappies, 2 reds, 2 whites, and then we'll land, and if not, we've got a different missed approach here. Wouldn't try and go outbound here if you're actually on the approach here. A different missed approach now. It's actually to climb straight ahead, left 229, and then we actually go to the Drevnik NDB. So there's two missed approaches based on where you are on the procedure when you go around. So yeah, that's it. High terrain to the north, 8,400. So don't divert to the north if you're IMC, otherwise you're going to hit something. And that's about it. I think I've covered everything. If there's anything you're not sure about, let me know. Airport then, landing on runway 23, nice and long, 2,500 metres. We'll ideally vacate Alpha. That's going to be about 2,000 metres. Now, set MCP altitude. Right, let's go down. Let's just set something here. What's the first restriction on our level here? There's none. We'll just go down to 70 initially. So, just from experience, I don't want to go off any further than Alpha, so what I'm going to do is go flat 40 or to break 3. Fuel we're going to burn 400 kilos, probably a bit more with the visual manoeuvring. Let's call it 500. Landing weight 61.1. Flat 40 or to break 3 is set, and then we'll use second detent reverse to vacate at Alpha. That is it. What a time to finish the brief. Top of descent is amongst us. Let's see what we've got here. VNAV path retard, so it's going to follow the path. It's a little bit low. Top of descent in chat. Down we go. How's your update? Very good, Matteo, so far. Had a bit of an overview before we started briefing on what's changed, but the automation does seem to be quite good. So we're going to have a little play with it now and see what's what as we descend with regards to different pitch modes. Optimus Subprime, what kind of minimums are there using heading select and vertical speed? Not sure what you mean by that question now, Optimus. The minimums on this is 2,100. Once we're visual though, we'll be continuing sort of visually, sort of going into a visual circuit look, but you can go below minimums here. Typically on a circle you can't. This is a prescribed track special sort of procedure here. We're not flying this one, but out of curiosity, this one, look. Just give any height information at all. So it's nicely established in VNAV. Water throttle's closed. It should be completely idle. Again, I think PMDG do something in the background to ensure the speed's exactly as it is. I don't think you'll see changes in the M1, but I think someone said to me that there's something going on here to maintain the speed. It's not a proper idle path. The thrust isn't quite idle. If I disconnect the auto throttle, it doesn't. Should be there and there, but I'm just being a little nitpicky there. Right, let's try some of these other modes. So let's go level change. We'll bug up to 290. Let's just see how it changes. So the rate of change looks very, very good to me. We'll bug 290, which is MMO, but the indicated airspeed or VMO, sorry, will increase as we descend. Very good, 4,500. It'll set 5.5 happily with the autopilot. See what happens when we get to 290. Obviously we're getting low on profile, but that's self-induced. Pitch up now. It's crept a little bit beyond 290 knots. Just trying to think the real aircraft's pretty good at capturing the speed. It's pitching up now. It should be doing pretty accurately 290 knots. Doesn't usually bleed off unless you've had a change in wind speed. Not bad, not bad. It's definitely made a pitch change. Again, the rate of descent to 290 knots clean. I know we're turning, which will increase the rate of descent, but it's still a little bit. I think it could do with being a little draggier, the PMDG. We should be doing more than 2,000 feet, 290 knots at this altitude. I'm expecting 2.5 at least. It's not far off, but as we turn, you know, the lift vector's still perpendicular with the wing, but you have to increase the lift vector to maintain the, well, not level flight in this case, but your required pitch rate. Check M1 flat 40, it seems to be high after this update.
Minimums.
Thank you. Oh no, this is gifted members. Sean M, thank you very much. One of the new members of the channel has gifted 5 Flying Deck Sim memberships. That's very generous of you. Ralph, Lauren, you are so lucky. Lauren's coming back for a month. Lauren, thank you for your support as a member in the past, but you're coming back, you lucky lady. Aleski Eskerson and David Hamilton, welcome aboard. Thank you very much, Sean M. I'm sure you'll get the thanks from the guys as well. So you can see it's holding 290 quite nicely. I'm just going to go to VNAV. It's going to go back to path, target speed, FMC speed to recapture the path at 1,000 feet per minute. There we go. Welcome members, new members. Let me just try and contact ATC. Oh, we've got approach online. Yes, that's going to be awesome. Let's hope.
Radar,
Let's use the approach.
Check information, Alpha, Vapup 1 Yankee arrival. Checking information, Alpha, and on the Vapu 1 Alpha arrival,
So the aircraft
1 Yankee arrival, sorry.
PMDG is
Contract
working
311.
perfectly here. 1,000 feet per minute to capture the path.
311, correct, descent flight level 130. Descent flight level 130, contract 311.
Perfect. Split approach, very good evening, Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa, descending flight level 70 inbound to Vapup.
Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa, hello split radar, squawk 1000.
Squawk 1000, Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa. This is very common in Europe, Squawk 1000. I'm on TARA, aren't I? Yes.
Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa, read back Jules. Correction identified. Check information, Alpha, Vapup 1 Yankee arrival.
Vapup 1 Yankee, and we'll listen to Alpha, Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa. ATIS online and everything here. So they are using 2.3, which is great. So let's listen on box 2.
Zero, wind 230 degrees, 5 knots, cav OK, temperature plus 20, dew point plus 13, QNH 1018, transition level, flight level 105, runway in use 23, expect area navigation visual approach, notices to airmen, all aircraft must be fully ready for departure before backtrack.
Got a backtrack
After
here.
departure contact split radar on 120.875.
I've got tower and approach online there.
Castilla Airport
Awesome.
8 is information Alpha 1500, wind 230 degrees, 5 knots,
That's all copied.
3, QNH
Hold on. I've just
1018,
accidentally
transition level,
tuned approach
flight
there.
level 105, runway in use 2.
Direct to Lazul.
Sorry, I think was that for the Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa? I was accidentally detuned you for the 80s.
Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa, that is correct. Proceed direct to Lazul.
Direct to Lazul Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa. Oops. Right, that's a lovely shortcut. Watch the profile now. Boom. 5,900 feet high. Now, seems unachievable, but it's completely not. Now, I want to know what PMDG have done. We've got VNAV speed here. Now, my operator, that is correct. We'd also get VNAV speed. I think they've updated the logic somehow. Because I'm trying to think... with our old logic on our fleet and the PMDG, and there's even more previously, it would stay in path and you'd dive, and now it's gone to VNAV speed, which is correct with the latest common VNAV. So what we're doing now, because it's high on profile, it won't give you path, and so you know it stops the aircraft diving exceeding a limit speed. So what it's doing allows you to open the speed window, select increase speed, and then what it will do when you recapture the path, it'll automatically go to VNAV path even if the speed window is open. So now we're at to our target speed 320. We'll put the speed brake out, seatbelt signs on. Great shortcut. Look at this. Perfect. Transition levels 105. Profile's coming back. 320 knots speed brake. Yeah, that's good. Speed brakes are very effective at high speed. Look at that, Italy in the background. Cool, lovely. Morning, Anthony. Hope you're doing well. Rocky. 80. Yes, transition levels different there. Christopher Eckler, yes, Common VNav is great. It is great. I love it. Some guys don't. I actually really like it. But have PMDG implemented Common VNav? Because this is working as expected. Well, let's see what happens when we recapture the path. What should happen when we recapture the path? Speed reverts to path, and this will revert to FMC speed. See what happens. Here comes the profile. It's 10 out of 10 so far, guys. It's wicked. It's really good. Really, really good. Path, FMC speed. There we are. Path is a bit late. It's a bit late. It should do a little bit earlier, but that is perfectly acceptable. So close the speed window. We'll keep the speed brake out just to get back to our target speed. Yeah, really nice. N1 bugs at 100%. Oh, have I accidentally selected A? Yeah, that's not right. Have I? Oh, unless I've accidentally knocked something. Yeah, look, look, I accidentally knocked the N1 set. That's why. Uh, 737N drive. PMG now has Common VNav with geometric descent.
1 Sierra Papa descent 4,000 feet. QNH 1018. No speed restriction.
Descent 4,000 feet. QNH 1018. Alpaca 10 Papa. So 1018 is set. Passing 11,500, 4,000 feet. No flag. Standby altimeter is
311.
set.
Proceed direct.
Yeah, PMG now has Common VNav with geometric descent.
Direct to
100%
lateral.
the same. Yeah, so when we got fixed base sims, we had to change. Just when I was in SFI, they had to change the descent because they came with geometric path, and they had to change to idle path descent, and it caused a nightmare because none of us knew how geometric worked. Yeah, it's good to see that it has Common VNav now. Geometric path descent, though, I mean, it's only we have it, but only in the approach phase. Not so much in this part here. But yeah, very nice to see. It's compared to launch, guys. It's been a vast improvement in the logic and how it works. It's a lot closer to the real 7.3s now. We still have an old school FMS though. Superb. Hi Pack and Paulo. Unfortunate Poke, just realised this video is live when I was replaying an old stream. I'm here. Yeah, very, very good. Right, let's do the post-cruise checks. Fuel 4 pumps. We've got exactly 4 tons. We require 2.2 for Zadar if we have to dive that. Lights coming on. The rest is all set. Crash is 3.0. Back angle 25 degrees. Recall. Checks complete. So don't forget, this is a VOR approach to the VOR directly before we break downwind onto runway 23. Rick McClure, I've been meaning to ask. Number 34, the captain's outboard and upper DUs have a single brightness rotary with inboard and lower DUs, and they use 2 coaxial rotaries. What's the purpose of the inner rotary switches? That's the brightness of the weather radar or terrain display. So if I select terrain, which I don't think they have a terrain database for, the weather radar unfortunately is not working. Let me just see here. So you can see you can turn down the brightness of the background there. So if I go here to inboard DU, yeah, so it's sort of done it. It's bugged though a bit. So let me just get into the sweep. Just need a bit of speed brake here. Yeah, it's sort of not. It's a bit glitchy, but yeah, any weather radar returns or terrain radar returns, it adjusts the brightness there. This one is nothing because there's no other. It just has it. There's lazy Boeingness. It doesn't actually do anything at all. I think they just took the same switch from that one. Unless there's something on another 737 we don't have on ours. Hello Hayden, and hello from the Bahamas, says Ellie. We've got people from all over the place. Zach, hello, flight net sim Jack. Don't have Jack at the moment. Take it you've flown into this in real life. Obviously not Jack, but I'm sure you'll love for him to come to work. Oh, imagine bringing Jack to work. I think everyone would love it. All the passengers, all my colleagues. Oh dear. Yes, look, the sun is setting. This is very close to the approach band. This sim is really good. It's so good. Oh, look at this.
Contact 311 descent 4,000 feet QNH 1018.
Better get some lighting on it.
Descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1018, contract 311.
You can bring your support chicken. Yeah, there's no bounty chocolate bars. Ugh. Very good. Slight tailwind on this approach here. We have a decel point. That decel point is for the 220 knots at Larsal, which we put in manually. I cannot fault it. It is doing... yeah, very, very good. Secret GG, what would be your number one tip for people that you want to become an airline pilot? If you're at school, work as hard as you possibly can. Things that you might not think are not necessary, but get a job. If you are 16, 17, 18 years old, get a job. Most of you know what I did for my first job. I sold chickens at a supermarket for 3 years. I've had colleagues who've worked at McDonald's, done all sorts of jobs. You know, great career opportunities also in all these different chains if you wish to stay. But if you sat on your ass in your teenage years, went to uni, did no job or work, then did all that sort of stuff, can be the difference in an interview. Life experience is very important. And if you're young, you've got to have some sort of experience in that field. Certainly from the source's mouth. You know, I know people that do interviews, so I certainly know that's the sort of thing they look for. Charles, do you ever get American pilots that come fly in Europe so they can get jet time before 1500 hours?
Alpha 1 Sierra
It's
Papa
usually so
descent
expensive.
2,500 feet, cleared VOR Bravo approach report 5.
So 2,500 feet after Larsal cleared VR Bravo approach runway 23 will port visual Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa. Welcome Matthias. It's going to be an interesting approach this. It's going to be quite tricky in a desktop simulator. I'll actually be moving to Jim's seat because what I can do is get the PFD interview whilst also looking out for the airport. This sort of view I have here is quite good. One way or the other I'm getting a Tobii eye tracker. I've very politely asked to see if they'd like me to showcase one. If not, I'll buy one. So I think I've heard really good things for it. I haven't heard anything back yet. So if you just tuned in, welcome. We are just on the approach into Split, coming on to a 10-mile final before breaking off for a left-hand downwind for runway 23. Beautiful approach, beautiful time, beautiful simulator. PMDG is working exemplary. Really 10 out of 10 this sector's been, I mean that. And live time, live weather. I'm good at planning a start time for a stream, I'll tell you that. That's the reason we started at 2. Perfect. Let's hope I don't get called off standby on base leg. Recorder Andy, thank you. Quickly. No, right, let me just get flap 1 out. And speed window. Oh yeah, flap 1. Oh dear, let me just get flight recorder started. Thank you so much for that. It's a great replay tool. It's completely free. It's just called Flight Recorder. Just going to get the speed brake out there. Flap 5. And we are recording. Flap 5 speed brake. There's the airport. Oh, I completely forgot to mention, guys, this is the Orbex scenery. I'm work with Orbex. They very kindly provide sceneries for me. So this is the Orbex split. You'll see straight ahead.
Welcome.
Of course you can, William, use the Airbus controller to play Boeing. I did for a number of months before I got a hold of the Thrustmaster yoke. Flap 10. Match the heading to 019. Check. So we're 1 mile from the FAF, so what we're going to do is set 1100 feet. Verify VNAV path speed window is open. No, correction, not 1100. 2,100. That's what I meant to say. 2,100 feet is set. So we're now just quickly showing you on the chart, descending from here
Alpha
to the
Cavan Sierra
circling minimum.
Papa, contact split tower 124.675. Have a nice landing, bye bye.
124675, thank you very much to the ATC. Field is now inside Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa, bye. Perfect, so thrust coming up, that's fine, that's completely normal, maintaining flap 10, nice and slow on this approach, just make sure we've got the right frequency. Multitasking here. Split tower, very good evening, Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa, inbound to the split VOR for the VOR Bravo circle 23.
Last station calling split tower,
2500.
call final.
Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa.
Alpaca 1 Sierra
Cheers.
Papa, split tower, very good evening. Sir, report final.
Wilco Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa. So it's going to report final.
50.
Might just
40,
put the alerts off for
30,
there. Thank you very much,
20,
pilots. €2. I'll try my hardest. Not to. So we're going to let the aircraft level off and we're going to test to make sure it does it. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. So there we are, 2,100 now. They've got this V nerve. Come on, you can do it. 2,100. Why we're leveled off at 2.2. Keep descending. You could do it. So in 1 mile we should be level at 2,100. Seems to have levelled about 100 feet high. The real aircraft would have definitely fixed at 2,100. The auto throttle responsiveness though is improved. So there we are. We're now braking downwind. So yeah, VNAV out. That's 5. 1,100 feet vertical speed. Continue. We're going to go heading select now, just because I don't want it to turn early. So heading select, and 1,100 feet. I want to be level. Let's see, increase that rate of descent here. Oh god, I forgot to configure. Gear down. 515. Match speed. There we are. So I want the banana on the green arc, which it is. Set the missed approach altitude, which is 3,000 feet set. And look at stated vertical speed. That's really good by PMDG. Flap 30. Workload's really high off this one. So now we're going to wait until we are a distance of 3.4 DME from split VOR when we get to the green ring, okay? So flaps 30 green light, speed brake, star switches, and recool is done. Landing check's complete. Really, really good, guys. So waiting until 3.4 DME. Speed brake slightly extended, should be. There we are, arms. 3.4, 100. This is where it gets really tricky now, guys. Wish me luck. Auto throttle, autopilot. I'm not in the best view here. Checked. Flight directors off. I can't see my rate of descent. I'll just have to look at my altitude. Now this is just sort of guesstimating here. This is where Toby Iron Tracker would be very useful, or Track IR or something like that. Just want to make sure I'm about 600 feet turning final. Just watching my rate of descent, which is about 700 feet per minute. I can just about see mine. The captain's PFD. And this is where...
Caution, terrain.
So that is... Caution, you can continue. Speed's a little bit low. Turn inside here a little bit.
Caution, terrain.
4 reds, I'm a bit low here. That's fine. Ooh, don't climb, don't
Caution,
climb.
terrain.
Just descended a little bit too low there. Yeah, 4 reds. Okay, so 4 reds is okay, but level off at this point. There's 3 reds. Of course, it's in the view. No. Now, the landing gate on approach like this is 300 feet, so you've got until 300 feet to get onto the centre line and be stable, so the speed's a little bit high there. Just get down to about 45% to recover. 2 reds, 2 whites. We've got so initial turn there onto base. I got very low, but that's just the difficulty. In reality, you'd look at the Pappies, you'd see them. Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa, final runway 23.
Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa, doing
300.
2, 3,
Runway 23 clear to land. Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa. Anyway, on final, 2 reds, 2 whites. A bit dark in the cockpit, but 3 reds. Just watch that rate of descent. Altitude seems a tad higher than it should be, but I was level there. Actually, no, it's fine.
Fifty, 40, 30,
Check.
20,
Close.
10.
Very floaty. Get it down. Right, speed brakes up. Reverses green. And 80%. 100 knots. Get ready to brake manually here. Manual braking. 80, 60, and ladies and... No, got to cancel the reversers. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, the goddamn controls in this thing. Welcome to Split. We can still make the turn, it's completely fine. Oh, that was very dramatic. I forgot because I had the alerts muted, guys. Sorry, fly. Did I get the landing rate? Maybe you did with the fly live thing. Yeah, look, not on the grass. Look, not on the grass. Completely fine. I hope you got the landing rate. It was okay.
Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa Local, split taxi the Alpha stand 6.
Via the Alpha, taxiway, Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa, and have you got a stand number?
Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa, that's gonna be stand 6.
Stand 6, thank you, Alpaca 1 Sierra Papa. Right, let's just stop here. I'm not sure if it's a right or a left turn.
Split Tower, contract 311. We are being off runway 23 on
it's right in front of
approach.
me. Stand number 7, stand number 6.
Contact
AP's coming up.
311. Split Tower, very good evening, sir. Please report final approach course.
So stand, come on here,
call
very
in on final
unprofessionally,
contact,
could have cut the corner. These are self-positioning stands here. Flaps coming up. Very nice approach. Yeah, I got a little bit low on the base leg, but that's just the confines of a desktop sim. It's very difficult to judge your height turning fly because you can't see the pappies without tilting your head. So I noticed I was low, levelled off, recapture the profile. As long as you've got your 2 reds, 2 whites at 300 feet, you're fully stable. In reality, you wouldn't let yourself get that low. So 752, 753, no 737's allowed on these stands. Let's go a little bit further forward. We'll get the nose wheel right on the turn. I'll turn the lights off in a second. Very good. Very nicely done by PMDG. You know, you've got to forget, but you've got to remember, sorry, this is a complex desktop aircraft, and they've, I'd say, as close as I can say, nailed that. That was really good. You know, it didn't quite level off at 2,100. The aircraft would go all the way down, level off at 2,100. It sort of just hesitated about 2.2 and then did a very shallow descent. But my goodness me, the rest was really nice. It reacted to my inputs really well. Bit floaty. Again, there's limitations within Microsoft Flight Simulator itself with regards to how aircraft work, but overall, really pleased with how everything worked and looked. It was really cool. Right, start switch off. Come to steady. Don't forget, we're going to do another sector. Yeah, better shut the engine down. 1 and 2, 2 blues, 1 red. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Split. There we are. Perfect. Let's do the transit shutdown flow. Open that, 380. Seatbelt signs can come off. Transponder to 2000 and standby. The lighting in this is really good. 2000 standby. We'll put the dome light on now as soon as we do when we're on stand. And we check the N2 is below 20%. The spool down time is perfect. Logo light can now come on at night. And there we are, the transit shutdown checklist is complete. Apart from weather, no, the weather radar is off, that's terrain, which doesn't use radar. There we go, came off eventually. There we go. Yeah, what do you think, guys? Splendid. I've got no other way of putting it. It was really, really nice. Yeah, awesome. Now, we're going to do the return sector. We'll log off of VATSIM and return to this stand. The new replay tool is really good. Well, it's new. The ability to load panel states of PMDG allows me to do replays without breaking anything, which is pretty cool. Let's have a little look here on chat. I hope you enjoyed that approach as well. It's been a while since we've doing it. Thanks, pilot. Good job for the landing. Paul Emerson said, awesome. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Nice to see you here. One of my oldest members. In fact, you've got 3 Alpaca, 3 years. You've got 3 stars on your Alpaca, which is crazy. Aaron, he's just stalling the APU startup time. Whoops. Very floaty. Yeah. You know, I'll say it, you know, I just don't, aircraft handle great, and for 90% of users, that's going to be absolutely fine. They handle great in flight and great in the landing and takeoff flare. They're fine. In X-plane, though, that's far more realistic in dynamically in takeoff and landing. It just is. But I absolutely love it in this sim anyway. It's fine. And the pitch and power on this thing is awesome. It's great, so you can enjoy the sim. I've mentioned it before. If you want the overall best experience, in a simulator, you've got to go Microsoft Flight Simulator. Weren't you planning to use flat 40? Was I not at flat 40? Oops, that would have been a go around if I didn't go flat 40. Again, that's why there's two of us. You know, we need a landing checklist. I'm here. I spammed the flaps down button, so it should have been flat 40. Excellent. Yeah, really, really nice. So let's now log off the VATSIM network. Don't forget me, I'm going to come back and do a second sector back to Palermo. I'm going to leave a poll because I'm going to have a quick 10-minute break and grab some food. If you'd like me to fly back live time, let me know. It'll be a sort of post-sunset night flight to Palermo. If you want me to crank back to 6 hours to enjoy the scenery, let me know. In fact, I'll put that poll up now, and we should be all good to go when I come back with regards to doing the return sector. So let me just set that up here. Options. Pro streamer here. Engage with your audience. Yes, please create a poll. Live time, night, or day flight. Brackets -6 hours. There we go. I'll put live, night, day, -6 hours. There we are. So that poll will end at the end of my intermission. I'll take a 10-minute break. There you go. You guys can now decide what you'd like to do. And let's cue the funky replay music. That was a lovely approach there. Yeah, I mean, in reality, had I flown that, you know, it would have been a bit destabilised at 500 feet. Oh, very loud, funky replay music. But overall, very happy with how the approach went there. Just put the alerts back on. Just double make sure I'm on VATSIM because it does not disconnect you. Good there. Perfect. So it should be. Oh, right. Before I do that, I've got to reload the panel state for takeoff. I've already saved the panel state for this transit stream. So I want runway. It's a bit of a pain, this. Whereas an X-plane, you can sort of just reload it exactly as it would be. That seems to have worked. Now I've just got to make sure I've got a full flap. Turn on the lights, otherwise that goes all bizarre. But it does work quite well once you've got the aircraft all configured. I'm not so worried about the interior lighting. I'm just going to wait until we've got the flaps fully out. Do another sunset landing, could do. But I'll let you guys completely decide. I'd like to go for complete immersion, usually fly lifetime live weather, which I do most of the time. There we are, so wish me luck in trying to get this to work. So, replay. It's doing a thing. I just need to take the time back a little bit. I'll do whatever the poll says though, because it does stay live time all the time, but that was probably how we had it for the approach. And let's put ourselves here on final. The replay tool is excellent. Fortunately, it doesn't have any sort of threshold view, so I can't do the flyby view like I always do in X-plane. There's no option for dusk. Well, I can do a dusk flight. I can change it. It looks like 4 reds, but don't forget the eye point's all wrong there. Maybe a little lower the threshold. It's really good with the smoke effects. Yeah, the controls are a bit funny. You've got to cancel reverse and add thrust to cancel them on the quadrant. Nearly missed a turn, but all good. Bit of understeer. Have a look again. So let's have a little look here, just sort of break down that approach slightly. So when I came round here and I started descending, it's very hard to judge your height. Now, in reality, it'll be a captain's fine. I'll be looking out the window here, and look, you can see the pappies already. Look, you can, and in real life, you can see that quite clearly, and you can already see I'm at 3 reds. So if I was at 3 reds at this point on a circle, look at that sun, you'd level off. at this point here. I'm still descending gradually here, but because I couldn't see anything, it makes it quite difficult in the sim. Now, I levelled off once I realised, and then carried on final. And then once we sort of realised that I could see the Pappies, you know, did the right thing, level off, and you know, you get away with that in real life. We're sort of for 3 reds at that point there, and then we had it all stabilised at there. Let's resume the replay. Look at that. This sim is, it's spicy, as someone said. Yeah, I used the flight recorder replay tool, completely free to download. But if you decide 600 feet just out of turn, then you are spot on. I don't know if you're answering a question there, Chrysler. Oh, look, Andy's just said XB72, a fellow streamer. It's his birthday today. Go head over there. Could you someone send my regards as well? Guys, go check out what XB72 is, another content creator. So yeah, it's just a bit static in this sort of phase, Microsoft Flight Sim, but it's fine. None of you probably gonna have any guys are gonna have any problems at all. Superb. Right, well that's it. Only halfway. What I'll do, I'll pop you in the wing view. There we are, and you can then enjoy the approach from this perspective. And then as soon as you've landed, I'll put you to the Be Right Back screen, and then we'll do the return sector to Palermo. If you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button and subscribe to stay up to date with the latest content. And I'll see you all at about 10 past the hour. 10 minutes. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much for all of your patience there. I've got everything set up for the return sector, all refreshed, back from the bathroom, and here we are in the turbulent split. I just got, this is Jim's perspective, just got him to nip into the terminal and got some Croatian delights before we head back to our home base in Palermo. And yeah, this is the Orbex scenery. Orbex I work with, and they very kindly, any sceneries they make, they very kindly give me access to. So here we are. It's one of their excellent payware airports. Just to show you briefly inside. It isn't a dedicated stream for the scenery, but yes, it is available for you to get if you are so interested to fly that beautiful approach into a realistic rendition of this airport. But there we are. Here is our Alpaca Airways 737, a bloop, through we go, and Jim is now walking up to the aircraft. I don't think that's our APU running. I thought I'd turned it off. Oh, I've been wasting fuel. Oh, well, I'll have to make an excuse. Up the stairs we go, and here comes Jim into the cockpit, just like that. Back to work, Jim. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for your Croatian treat. So here we are, and the aircraft is as I've left it pretty much. I had to load up a panel state just from my test sector. There might be some slight differences. To save a little bit of time, I'm not going to do the full ground services PMDG service. I know there's that add-on GSX someone said try out. I might do that, but I'm just going to use quick fuel here and all that sort of stuff. So in the config, no, it wasn't my APU running. I don't know why the audio. Why is there audio for APU unless that's maybe it's the Prime Air 737 over there. Not so sure. So everything's set up as it was. Gone back to live time. Thank you very much everyone that voted. So we are going to fly back completely live time. And we've got the ATIS to receive. Just have a little look at the operational flight plan. Should we take a bit of a gamble? Take standard block fuel. There's no events there today, and it's a lovely day to go flying. So if I was flying this today, I would be ordering 5.9 tons of fuel. My operator's standard minimum fuel is rounded up to the nearest 100 kilos plus 100. So I would order 5.9. So we'll go down here to the FMC. We can do the quick fuel, which over here fuel. There you go. Well, 5.9. That's a little bit gone down. Right, I think there's a little audio bug because look, see the fuels during the break. I set 5.9 and it slowly decreased 5.884, and I think I just went from 5.885 to 5.884. So the APU might be running, but it's not running. APU off 0. Let's put 5.9. 5.899. Let's see if it decreases. Remind me to check it. 5.899, and we'll take the same amount of passengers, 175. Liam, 37 months. Thanks so much, buddy. Jim has said he's fully stocked up with Bounty chocolate. Is now good to go. Oh, the members discovered today. I hate Bounty chocolate. I'm not a fussy eater. I'll eat anything, just not Bounty. I hate coconut and chocolate. Stupid idea. And so be it in the news that celebrations of planning on discontinuing Bounty in their chocolate boxes, but yes, not having any association with that anymore. So 5.899 fuel. Maybe it's my imagination. Right, so that's fuel. No, look, 5.898. We've sprung a leak, guys. I think the APU, the audio APU, is up and running, and I can't see that. Watch your eyes. I'm just going to quickly nip to during the day to see if the APU is on or not. I think the replay might have bugged the PMDG. It's using fuel at the moment. The APU doesn't seem to be on externally, but you can hear it is, and we've lost a kilo of fuel. So sus. Let's keep a close eye on that. It's a very small amount, but we'll keep an eye on that. Right, let's get the ATIS. We still have ATC towers still here, so let's grab the ATIS on box 2, frequency 125.3. Is being tuned as we speak. Decent terrain for now. And I wonder if that's working. Oh, how do I select COM 2?
4 knots. Cav OK. Temperature +19er. Dew point +12. QNH 1018. Transition level. Flight level 105. Runway in use 23. Expect area navigation visual approach. Notices to airmen. All aircraft must
Maybe
be
fictional
fully ready
failures,
for
yeah.
departure before backtrack. After departure, contact split radar on 120.875.
Okay, airborne frequency. Lovely evening.
Castilla Airport 8 is information Charlie 1600. Wind
Maybe, John.
240 degrees, 4 knots. Cav OK. Temperature +19er. Dew
Perfect
point
weather.
+12.
Captain's weather, we say.
8. Transition level.
There we go. So that's on COM2. I can detune that. And we're on BHF1 now as well. Perfect. So runway 23 in use still. Yeah, look, it's 5895. We're losing fuel. I don't know why. I think we've discovered a bug somehow. So the APU is still burning fuel even though it's off. Just double check. Yeah, look, it's off. Let's just check here. Has anyone had this before?
50, 40, 30, 20.
No failures
10.
active. Thanks a lot, Andy M71. It's very kind of you, sir. Resident bus driver, thank you.
Apparently Jim also played Jenga with the Toblerone stack. It didn't go well and you may be getting a bill.
I've completely forgot someone made a Toblerone reference and then we played Jim in the terminal. Yes, he did pile through that. The pile went onto the floor. Unbelievable comment, Andy. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, buddy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right, well, we've got a slight issue. We've got a fuel leak, but I'll try to fix all failures. I know there's an option for that, isn't there? Failures, active none, all systems, maintenance, clear all, execute, service the plane, there we are, so we should have everything topped up. And now, we'll just update it one more time and see what's going on there. So let's put 5.9 in, you know, it's not going to affect us today, but we'll put 5.9 in and see what happens if it keeps going down. Right, we've got the latest weather information then, into the FMC. And we're now in a split, which is Lima Delta Sierra Papa. And we're routing to Palermo. Ideally, I'd be pushing back now. It would be another 10 minutes, I reckon. Lima India Charlie Juliet. Call sign for the return sector is Alpaca to Papa Lima. Departure runway 23. The SID is a Veloga 1 Victor. And the routing is going to be from Velog. Here's the operational flight plan. So yeah, as I mentioned, we're taking 5.9 on the fuel. From Velog, it's going to be direct to Ekmot. From Ekmot, it's going to be direct to Sierra Oscar Romeo. Then direct to Amano. And then direct to Rosas. And then a Rosas 3 Lima. Which there are ILSs. I don't know why they're showing as localizer here. It's an ILS Zulu, but it comes up as localizer. And the transition will be, let's look here at Palermo via Baduk. So just check for any discontinuities. Quickly go to plan. So it's one of these point merge RNAV arrivals. We'll tidy that up later. So we're going back on itself, that's normal. So from Lavru, we're going to go FF27. So Lavru's at the bottom, we'll bring that to the top. That should have got rid of a discontinuity, all joined up nicely. Perfect. Activate, execute, magenta. Perfect. Right, so performance 0 fuel 8, 57.3. See if it's used any fuel. Yeah, it's still burning fuel. Still got this little leak. Reserves, our alternate is Catania, Lima India Charlie Charlie. It's on the island of Sicily, so 2.7. Costa next 30. Turn sector, we're up at 35,000 feet. It's a little bit lower, we could go higher potentially. Cruise wind, top climb wind is 325 at 42. What was the transition altitude off the 80 standby? put transition level of 105. Well, transition altitude is usually 5,000 feet, but it's quite high today. Let's put 100. And performance, I've done the real OPT, guys. Take my word for it. Based off the latest weather conditions, the 22k reduced at 40 degrees is what we can take. Full length, we have to backtrack. The M1 will be 89.0, 89.8. That makes perfect sense. V speed's 38, 38, 43. All within a knot. We can accept trim 6.11 units. Yeah, they have increased the trim speed. The speed at which is going to 6 there is pretty close now. Is a leak-free fuel system in the MEL? Yeah, any fuel leaking or going anywhere. And if it is going to leak, it's going to be most likely from the engine. But I've never had engine fuel leak, thankfully. So trim set V243 on the MCP. So overhead panel, quick panel scan. It's all set up. Pop the logo light back on. APU will now start, even though it's leaking. Well, that's ominous. Fault. But it said we had no issues. Fault light usually comes on after it's attempted to start. EGT drops up and then it can come with the fault. Don't do what I'm doing. I have sorry, guys. Thanks, John. Oh, APU's starting. If it blows up, blame Jim. So, in reality, we get the... Well, no. In reality, I am a real-world captain. Let's get the QRH out and read what it says for fault. I don't want to dispatch without APU. You've got to do an air start. Right, APU. Reply. Right, QRH. Right, we're going to do this realistically, guys. QRH is out. I can't show it as much as I'd love to, guys. So APU fault. APU fault. So an APU malfunction occurs. The APU will shut down automatically. It hasn't, so that's not good. Step 1, APU switch off, off. If the APU fault line extinguishes after 5 minutes, restart may be attempted. My APU has failed as well. Maybe it has something to do with... it's definitely... Obviously, I've not programmed a fault. It has something to do with the PMDG at the moment, because if you're reporting a fault in fumes. But anyway, let's go. Let's properly fail it. PMDG, aircraft failures, APU, maintenance, service system, execute. It still says fault. I think we've broken it. It could be a bug. Right, APU programmed. APU air, APU severe. Well, that'll probably be some sort of fire. Oh well. Well, let's get the... we're going to do... as we're on a remote stand, actually, it doesn't make any difference. So we're going to have to start engine on stand anyway. So we'll leave the fault active. Let me get the supplementary procedures for APU inoperative. And we'll do an air starter, which we've not done here. No, I don't need to reload the sim. We don't need an APU to dispatch. It's fine. Good practice for me to do supplementary procedures anyway. So just bear with me. I'm just getting the supplementary procedures out. Crossbleed start. Starting with ground air source. There we are. I won't show it to you, so I can't, but you might see if I put the yoke cam on briefly. There you go. In the corner here where my mouse is, below there, I have my iPad there with the supplementary procedure for the engine crossbleed start at my operator, so we're going to do that there. We've got the fault light. So what would happen is we call the engineer, they come up, they'll put a in-op sticker there, they deactivate the light, or maybe with this one, I'm not sure, the MEL. You know, if we use recall, you get master caution, APU, fault, we know about it, and they'd shut down the APU remotely, so we can't start it. So what we need to do is get an air starter. So equipment... No, it's not that one, is it? It's going to be FS Actions. Hope it works. Ground services, GPU car, air conditioning unit request. Don't take 10 years to arrive, please. Right, so where did we get to? We started the APU, we did the panel scan up here, flight directors on, MCP set, order brake to RTO, reset fuel flow. We've got a broken APU that's still burning fuel. FMC legs. Trim set and the frequencies, we wanted to have the split VOR active, which is bear with me guys, 15.7. because I did a panel state, they've deleted all the frequencies. Oh no, that's not. I thought it was the air starter. No, it's a turboprop. But he's just dropped off the air starter. Now, I've never seen anyone leave an air starter right in front of the engine before. Interesting. And interesting location for it, because guess which engine we start first? I mean, does it matter actually? Just trying to think there. Start. I think we can still use start engine number 2. Yeah, usually it would be on the right here with the GPU, and then we'd start engine number 1 first. But yeah, let's see how that works. We can still crossbleed. Right. Is it the air start unit or the air conditioning unit? That's actually a good point. Oh, I love it when a plan doesn't come together. Oh my god, options. It's a bit cumbersome to use. There's one way to find out. Ooh, no. Look, there's no duct pressure. I think it could be some sort of air condition. Oh, God, this is it's so unlogical. Yeah, my disconnecting. Stairs inhibiting. Right, yeah, my bad. I used the wrong one there. So we're going to need a GPU card still connected. I need to now get rid of the stairs. Oh, this is so cumbersome. So release, disconnecting. No, I can't wait for that. We've got the passengers on board. Right, whilst that's going on, let's get the clearance. Perfect. 1, 2, 4. We got the wrong frequency. Split Tower, very good evening. Alpaca 2 Papa Lima, stand 6, copied latest weather information. QNH 1018, departure clearance to Palermo, please.
Alpaca 2 Papa Lima, Split Tower, very good evening, sir. You are clear to destination as well with a VOR 1 Victor departure. Out of runway 23, initial climb 5,000 feet, squawk 5212.
Cleared to Palermo on the VOR 1 Victor, departure runway 23, climb 5,000 feet, squawk 5212, Alpaca 2 Papa Lima.
Alpaca 2 Papa Lima, read back correct information, Charlie Airport, ready for taxi.
We'll go Alpaca 2 Papa Lima. So we said ready for taxi, but we'll confirm engine start cleared. Anyway, and 5212.
Ryanair 831, ready for taxi.
And the SID, which I'll brief shortly, has been selected. VOR 1 Victor. Yeah, the AP faults light's gone, but it's been messing around, hasn't it? So, where is this external air? So slow. Oh, I didn't request it, that's why. So, request air starter unit. Arriving. In turboprops, we've got Ryanair here, we've got Eurowings. Here he comes. Who's driving the PMDG van? What's the CO called? Come on, Rob. Get this PMDG up and running. So, taxi. I think we've done everything. I feel like I've forgotten steps. No. Yeah, there's an engine out SID here. So, fix Tango Romeo India 378, and then we'd go to Delta Victor November. These are 2 NDBs associated with the engine failure. And 418 will tune on the ADF. Ah! I can hear external air coming in. Doesn't seem to be identing. There we are, we've got duct pressure. That's a good sign. Just before we request engine start, we're on stand 6, remote stand, so we can start the engines, taxi out via Bravo, backtrack for runway 23, 180 degree turn, and then the departure is a VOR 1 Victor, nice and simple. Look, climb 5,000, direct to the Delta Victor November NDB. Delta Victor November NDB. And then from there, it's direct to Velug. Straight line, guys. And 418 is the ADF. It's not identing, nor is it pointing towards it. So I'm not sure. Maybe it's not in the database, guys, but it is tuned. Right. Let's request engine start. And down Packer 2 Papa Lima, stand 6, request engine start on stand.
Packer 2 Papa Lima, start approved, reported, ready for taxi.
Start approved, we'll count Packer 2 Papa Lima. So, start approved, so we've got a slightly different procedure.
Split tower is now closing, unfortunately.
Oh.
Monitor split radar, frequency 120.875, Cinex Sanchez.
Thanks, and thank you for the ATC, bye.
Hope you enjoyed, Cinex Sanchez.
Perfect, so we've gone over to approach because tower's closing. So they're doing the engine crossbleed start, so this is my operator's SOPs now. Use the procedure, ensure the area to the rear is clear, so there's no one behind us at all. Engine bleed switches verify are on, APU bleed is off, pack switches off, which they are. Isolation valve is in the auto position. It's in the auto position. Ensure. Oh no, hold on. I've gone too far here. This is why there's two of us. Oops. I was reading how to do a crossbleed start. So APU bleed air switch off, and then we just start the engine as normal. So that is packs off. Isolation valve is open. Anti-collision lights on. Parking brake is set. Transponders out off, and now he's still parked it there. But you know, I'm afraid we start number 1 first. I'm trying to think if that's to do with the connection, but yeah, our SOP is to start engine number 1, so we'll start engine 1, ignoring the fact there's a cart there. So this is not, the APU is inoperative from now, so we're using external air
Good evening again, Rider
to spin up the N2 rotor, which then we just start the engine as normal. So there's obviously the APU provides a source of electricity and air for engine start, but we have to use external air.
Runway 31, wind calm, runway 23, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 23.
Why turn on all fuel pumps on the ground? I thought just one left pump was expected APU start. Operator specific. Well, the fuel pumps is not there for the APU, Aaron. They're there for the engines, so that's why they're turned on the ground. It just prolongs the service life of the APU if you put on a AC driven pump. Otherwise the APU has to use suction feed. It just prolongs the life if you can use one of the fuel pumps to provide pressure to the fuel pressure for the APU, but they're always on. Right, starter cut out, 24632 stable. So now we do a pushback if needed, but we're still on stand. We need to also put the generator on the line. There we are, and now we can get rid of the ground equipment. So release the ground power, release the air starter, and remove the chocks. We're going to take all the equipment away, hopefully, and there's an engine running. And now we do a cross-bleed start, so verify the engine bleeds are on, APU bleed is off, pack switches are also off, and isolation valve is in auto. And what we need to do is increase thrust on engine number 1 to ensure that we have sufficient duct pressure. So we advance thrust, we'll confirm with ground that no one is behind the aircraft, so watch as I add thrust, duct pressure will increase. Need to only 30 psi. There we are, so I've increased thrust by only about 10% M1 at 27, and then we start engine number 2. Watch the duct pressure drop. There you go, so it's using the source. You might then have to add a little bit more thrust to ensure that the engine starts, but we're all good here. Yes, correct, Aaron. N2. Oil pressure. M1. You can see it's a little bit slower than it is with air starter as well. We'll try starting it when we get to Palermo. So keep the N1 on engine number 1. until we get the starter cut out. There we are, starter cut out, idle on engine number 1, and engine number 2 is stable. We can now do the before taxi flight. So generator's on, APU is already off, start switches. Propeats, anti-ice not required, packs auto, isolation valves already in auto, APU bleed is off and set, flaps to 5. Good, flight controls. So we've got full forward, full back, left and right. Here comes the rudders, full right, and I guess they're working, can't see. Well, there's only one way to find out when we start taxiing. Recall like the lower DU, and then that's it, the before taxi checklist is complete. Yeah, that's fine. Split approach, good evening, Alpaca 2 Papa Lima on stand 6 in split, request taxi.
Alpaca 2 Papa Lima, taxi via Bravo, back to line of runway 23.
Via Bravo, backtrack line up await runway 23, Alpaca 2 Papa Lima. So, we're already cleared to enter line up, parking brake released. I'm holding down the brakes.
Wait, right, radar, contract 3110
okay, the parking brake's stuck on.
At split, also requesting
Why can't I release that?
Contract 3115, hello Swift radar. Behind Boeing 737
I can't
on
release
the
parking
left
brake.
side, taxi holding point Bravo, runway 23 behind.
taxi to
Something's
holding
gone a bit miss here at the PMDG. The APU is burning fuel, leaving those off, and I can't release the parking brake. Need to push pedals. I'm pushing the brakes. I'm doing everything. I'm doing like I'm programmed. I'm holding down the brake button command, which I've always done. It's not doing anything. Alpaca 2 Papa Lima, just want to cancel taxi intentions. Just got a problem with the sim standby.
Alpaca 2 Papa Lima, Roger. Call back when you are ready to continue.
Okay. Control plus. No. Brakes are stuck on.
Contract 3115, no need to follow 737, taxi holding point Bravo, runway 23.
Chucks, let me just check that.
Affirmative, taxi holding point Bravo, runway 23, contact you on the Sierra.
No, where is the removed? You need to hold. Yeah, I know, Connor. I know the whole toe brake thing. They're realistically doing. All right, I held it down there and it worked. I'm telling you, I did it first time and it didn't do it. I've had that update for ages. Yeah, a yarp away. Alpaca 2 Papa Lima, thanks for that. We've fixed the issue. Request taxi.
Alpaca 2 Papa Lima, Roger, stand by for taxi, traffic behind you, call it.
Hold in position, Alpaca 2 Papa Lima. Thanks, yeah, I forgot I've got a release parking brake emoji. Yeah, I couldn't weld it on. I'm leaving it off now. I'd reset it, but I'm not setting it yet. So we're just giving way. There's the prime there. We're going to follow him. He's very patiently waiting. Yep, nice one, John. Nice one, Malk, John, Padfield as well. John C. Unbelievable. Well done. So we turn off the dome light. Right, the
Alpaca 2 Papa Lima, taxi behind Boeing 737 on your left side, taxi to Holding Bravo, runway 23 behind.
Behind the Primo 737, or taxi the whole point Bravo behind Alpaca 2 Papa Lima. So here's EI DAC, Primo 73. Behind him, and obviously we need to hold position because he has to backtrack. So, parking brake has been released. Now, this is what I was talking about with the lighting. The lighting for the back of the keyboard is controlled by the main panel. Look, I can't get any lighting. You've got a brightness button here, but that's just for the screen. So I don't know if there's a way for the PMDG lighting to turn on the FMS at night, but at the moment you can't, and that is in the real aircraft controlled by the main panel brightness.
Sierra,
Anyway, config.
Bravo, back to Carolina, runway 23.
Now what's wrong? What is wrong with this plane?
Line up runway
I know what it is. It's these overwing exits. PMDG, this is not a thing. They're obsessed with this in the forum. I've never seen it do it. We'll fix it in a second. There we go. They think adding thrust sometimes causes the overwing exits light to illuminate. Basically, there's an interlock system on the emergency doors when you add advanced thrust, which lock them to stop people opening the doors. But sometimes when you do the config check, they have those lights illuminate. I've never seen it do that. You control the FMC lighting by the centre pedestal. Do I? Is that the real plane as well?
Unicorn 1
It is. Okay. I'm going Ditsy. I don't think the real air... I can't put money on it though. I've only been sat in it for 11 years. Does that honestly control the FMC lighting? I thought it was the main panel. I thought this controlled FMC lighting. I think I'm going... Is anyone here a 7-3 operator that can correct me otherwise? I know there's a panel brightness knob on the app panel. I know what it is. But is that... I just got a funny feeling. I might be wrong. I can't put money on it. But I thought the main panel controlled these lights, not the pedestal. I need to go to work. I'm flying on Saturday. I'll confirm. What's it doing in the Zebo? Probably the pedestal lighting. So I need to hold position. There's the prime air backtracking. Yeah, I'm 80% sure it's not the pedestal lighting. But I couldn't put money on it. Right, let's try the dodgy parking brake again. You know, the fact that I instinctively went to the main panel. You know, I'm 80% sure, guys. I know you guys are going, duh, but I'm 80% sure this is not how you control the FMS panel lighting. It is in the PMDG, but I don't think that's correct. I think I'm 80% sure the main panel controls that. But we'll turn it up anyway, and now we have it. I'm going a bit... Oh, it's making me feel a bit dizzy.
Hello, split radar. Information travel is correct. Your destination.
Oh, Pallet, it should be main.
Zulu Delta Alpha 1 Victor departure. Initially 5,000 feet, scope 5256.
Yeah, 80% are good odds to place a bet.
Stuttgart 1 Victor departure. 5 and route plan 5,000, stroke 50.
Unbelievable, Jeremy.
No,
there could be an option to control FMC lighting. That would be a thing. Let's see if they update it. If I'm right, let's see if they update it. But what a random option to have. Oh, control the... Yes. Yes, would you like to buy a new BOEING jet? Would you like the option to control your FMC lighting by the pedestal or by the main panel light? It could well be.
Papa 2, Papa Lima behind departing Boeing 737, back to Carolina, runway 23 behind.
Behind the departing 737, line up backtrack runway 23 behind, Alpaca 2 Papa Lima. So there he is, rolling. Now in real life, you wait until he's passed, until you turn the lights on, so you blind or dazzle him, but he's Llama Airways. Transponder, TARA.
Medic 1, okay, odobravam. VFR.
There's the traffic, TA, that's really cool. And it's no audio warning there, because we're on the ground. So MCP set.
Okay.
Transponder TA. RA, strobe lights are on, and just waiting for takeoff clearance. Yeah, one thing they do need to do is increase the brightness of the landing lights. The landing lights, the LEDs, are super bright. This is about the same brightness you get from the halogens. I've got the LEDs here. Yeah, I mean, it's illuminating the right way, but in real life they're a lot whiter than that. They're really bright. Strobe light, says Andy. They are on, I believe. I did it already.
Contract 311 Sierra identified.
I'm going to do it on my Instagram story on Saturday. I'm going to show you the paddle light.
Lyman,
Controlling the FMC lights.
200, contact 310.
Connor, I'll do it. I'll have to find the screenshot of this or the video plug. Someone could clip. If someone could clip the part where I said that, so I can find it easily, and then I'll put it in the real 7.3 to compare. Right, turning around. The brakes are all a little bit all or nothing. I don't think there's any centerline lighting here. Didn't check the chart exactly. There's the primer that took off ahead of us. So in real life it would turn a little bit tighter. It's not bad. There we go. Just waiting for a takeoff clearance now. There he is. Contract.
Approach, this is negative 2, very good evening, we are at Paul Airport.
Toe brakes, I hate the feel on the I've got the
Medic 2 split radar, hello.
Logitech Pro rudder pedals. They're very basic. There's no feel or feedback for the toe brakes, so
Medic 2,
I might try the
QNH1018.
Thrustmaster ones. There's no feel, so it's very hard to judge braking.
Papa 2, Papa Lima, wind calm, runway 23, clear for takeoff.
Right, 2-3 clear takeoff, Alpaca 2 Papa Lima. Toga's in chat, let's go back to Palermo. Timing.
Split radar, mi imamo vizualno sa Splitom, možemo li na divulje?
So, engine stabilise, set takeoff thrust. So we have a slightly different FMA as well. We have heading select, always engaged in LNAV 50. We just have a blank FMA here. It could be a custom option.
Može na divulje
Right, take a thrust indications normal. Checked, release forward pressure. Yeah, the rudder's just very left, right. It's no motion with it.
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
Okay, that shouldn't be doing that.
Too low, terrain.
Sorry, gears coming up.
Too low, terrain.
Okay, we shouldn't be getting
low,
terrain
terrain.
cautions. Immediately have to take off on
Too
this.
low, terrain.
Don't sink, that shouldn't happen. That's only if you start descending after takeoff and we're climbing. They're all bugs there, guys. So, there's Command A, bug up. Above V2 plus 15, which is this white bug, so we can now select flap 1.
Alpaca 2, Papa Lima, identified climb flight level 180.
Climb flight level 180, Alpaca 2 Papa Lima. And I'll be a good guess for flaps up, so you enjoy the flapper retraction sounds. Set. Was outer marker going off? Oh, we've now picked up the NDB, Delta Vector November. We are 3,200 for 180, and then you have to take objective standard. I realised we forgot to do something. We never did the before takeoff checklist. Thanks for reminding me, Jim. But we already did everything we needed to do, but it's something you wouldn't forget in real life. Whoops. Right, those can come off. Gears are off, water brake off. Turn down the lighting a little bit now. Lighting here is lovely at night. Air conditioning and pressurisation. 2.2 psi. auto. Air conditioning and pressurisation is set. Lease crew. Takeoff checks complete. Oh yeah, VNAV. Well done. ETA guys. 17:52. It's likely we can knock off 10 minutes because that's got the full point merge arrival in there, so it's more likely to be around 17:40, 45. It's about 50 minutes from now, I'd say. Perfect. Yeah, that looks really good at night. Very nice. Hi Fox. Today I flew Max the first time. It's so great. Most things like you said. The screens are awesome. Heading bug is so smooth compared to the NG, but the Bode rotor motoring is so annoying. Though, very good Fox. I don't know if you're a colleague of mine or if you're a different operator, but sounds like you had fun. And yes, those are the exact things I recognised when I first flew. It is a pain. Jim was too busy scoffing down Toblerone. But that's one of the difficulties streaming to you guys. You know, single pilot ops in an aircraft like this, there's two of you. So you have the prompt to do the before takeoff checklist when you start taxiing, and obviously had the issue with the brake in the sim, so it's easy to get distracted. Yes, it's dark. It is.
Contract 311 Sierra Lima airspace.
It looks really good. And you can, you know, the sun's set in this direction.
Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
About an hour ago, you can still just see there's a little
Thanks
bit of
for
light
the
from the
ATC
horizon.
and over to Unicom. Thank you very much and good night. Contract 310.
It was great to have ATC and split though. Just turn all these lights down. So that one up, but the brightness of the displays when you turn those down, I really like that. Just do the pre-cruise check shortly. That's great. Very realistic. The ISFD, can we do that one too? Yeah, superb. Right, 106 to 180. Let's do the pre-cruise checks. Fuel 4 pumps. Lights. Logo. AP is off, it's broken. Pressurization.
You are cleared to VFR around the
4.5 PSI set. Passengers release recall.
Above 4,500 feet. Report
Alex, are you streaming using AV1? What's that?
For departure.
It is very dark in the cockpit, but this is about the correct brightness. For me, I don't know, it could be a streaming issue if you're seeing something different, guys, but for me it looks perfect. It's not perfect, it's fly alive braking again.
Range 2212 are able to accept departure from intersection Bravo.
Negative, we need to backtrack, but we are fully ready.
Range 2212, roger, Bravo, back to Carolina, runway 23.
Always does this.
Bravo, line up and backtrack, runway 23, range 2212.
Just turn it off for now. Yeah, what's the quality like, guys? Are you guys having some issues with what you're seeing? Looks all good.
We are ready for departure and if possible requesting a direct VFR departure from you.
Medic 2, roger. Wind calm, clear for takeoff.
Bit pixelated, yeah. There's always a bit of YouTube. What I've learned since I started streaming, YouTube can have issues their side as well, which affects all people streaming. But no, I'm very happy with what it looks like my side. We're approaching a cleared level here, actually. Yeah, 2 to go, so vertical speed, 2,000 feet. Looks good, that's what I like to hear. Yeah, a few artifacts in the dark areas of stream out, that's quite common. Want to go?
Alpaca 2 Papa Lima, further climb on Unicom, 12 decimate, have a great evening, bye bye.
122 decimate, thank you so much to the ATC into split state, really appreciate it. Alpaca 2 Papa Lima, bye bye. There's no words. But it's great to have ATC. Over to Unicom then. And go up to our cruise level, guys. 350. Set on the MCP, the overhead panel, and the FMS. All looking good. Excellent. AV1 is just a streaming encoder, which I believe is the clearest. Also, question: what do you think of Navigraph 8 releasing next week? Well, Alex, I have no idea. My encoder, I just leave it on default settings, just the highest quality one. I can't see it because I'm obviously streaming at the moment. I have it set so it's, well, I watched a YouTube video, but I think generally I have not many complaints about the quality of the stream. If there's anything I can do to improve it, though, I would be interested in knowing, because I have the speed. My internet here is very fast. Regarding Navigraph 8, I've seen bits and pieces of it, but it's mostly user interface changes and VFR charts of some description, isn't it? So yeah, we can have a look at that. I stream via Streamlabs, Dennis. Mark, on the X-Plane 737 Zebo, the FMC keys are lit by the main panel switch, so it looks like the PMDG is wrong and you are correct. Yeah, unless Zebo's wrong, but I'm 80% sure that the FMC backlighting is controlled by the main panel light, not the pedestal, which is why I was obviously not able to do it, because I'm trying to think, if I'm in the real aircraft, I can't see it. Yeah, I go for the main panel. Definitely, the only lighting the pedestal controls is the pedestal, so anything above the thrust savers isn't controlled. So if we do that here, it's obviously controlling the entire pedestal and the FMC lighting. It does all the rest, but not the FMC. Beautiful quality. Not quite Phoenix though. Phoenix, you can see all these little pixels. That and the Challenger 650. What song is this, Cat? Hold on, let me open Spotify. It's called Sunshine by Seneca. Maybe it's a new bug, maybe. Connor, would you ever convert over to the Airbus just to get another type rating on your record? No. Cat, what do you want to do? What do you want to know this song for? Is this to help you sleep at night? There's that primer ahead. He's going to Palermo. Yeah, winter's here now. Look, 5 o'clock, so 6 o'clock local time, Italy. Dark. Alex, why is it normal to blank the lower DU? I always do that, but no idea why it is. The reason we blank it is if there's an exceedance of any of the secondary parameters, it automatically pops up. So if you're flying along at night or even during the day, you know, nothing's going on, and all of a sudden, pop, that happens, you'll look down at it instinctively, and then you'll see you've exceeded something.
Approaching minimums.
Hello Ian, Jill was 24 months as a member, that's 2 years. Still prefer the Airbus? Outrageous comments. Membership is hereby terminated. No, I'm joking. Thank you so much. 2 years as a member. Really appreciate it. Do you have a love-hate relationship with that machine? We've flown a lot of Airbuses last 10 streams. We've flown the Phoenix and the A340 for across the pond 2 weeks ago. That's enough for a while. Yeah, the night lighting though in the cockpits are excellent. Coming up to the east coast of Italy. Andy, you love it really. John, need to get back in the Fearless 7.4. Yes, we do. I haven't flown that since the last charity stream. Did it 80k. 4,000 subs ago. Hi Brad, 30 bubs. Oh my days, they have flown. I guess you're referring to your membership there, but that is a very long time as a member. Thank you very much, buddy. 24, 6, yeah, 2.5 years. Ken also up to nearly 2.5 years. 27 months has flown by. Thanks so much for all the content. You're most welcome. Thank you. And all members for your continued support, guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Ken and Brad. Cheers. Connor, do you prefer flying in the day or night? Generally the day. Generally. You know, it's that means early shifts, but and getting up early, but I do generally prefer earlies. The problem with lates is I find when you know you've got to go to work later, you know, it's always on the back of your mind. You've got to go do something, and I prefer to do work in the morning, or go to work in the morning, fly, come back, and then you've got the rest of your day off. So that way I usually do prefer earlies. Hey J-Dog, hi Captain, sorry this is probably a question you've answered many times before but I haven't heard. On approach, do you only increase flaps when in level flights or can you deploy them during a turn? Good question J-Dog, there's no limitations with regards to if you're turning, if you're level or descending or even climbing. You can extend the flaps as you need, retract them as you need. They're only limited by your indicated airspeed. And also 20,000 feet. So above 20,000 feet in the 737NG, it is prohibited to have flaps extended because obviously your indicated airspeed is less than your true airspeed, so the flaps are under a larger load. Great question. Leonard TVG, how do you manage your sleep schedule? I'm really interested because it's summer. I really think it's a pain in the arse to wake up at 4:30 to 4. It is, but I do have a way of managing it. So if I do a block of earlies, what I typically do is the day before get up, not very early, but probably about 6 AM. And the day before, get up at 6 AM, have my breakfast, and you find that when you get to the end of the day, when I'm on earlies, I'm usually in bed by 8:30, 9 o'clock. I'm far more tired as I would be if I was to say get up if I was on late. If I'm on late, I like to get up no earlier than 9 AM because, you know, when if you get up at 6 AM and then you're landing a jet at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, you're really tired. So earlies, if I'm off, or just before earlies, I get up at 6 AM. Secondly, if I'm on late, I'm getting up about 9 AM. Very fortunate I have kids to worry about as of yet, and anything else like that. So another tip I have as well, which I've found really helps, is eating at an appropriate time. I read somewhere, I think, about the body and its ability to, obviously we have evolved as humans to revolve around the 24-hour clock. And what I've found is if I am on early, so I obviously get up at 6 AM if I'm off, or up at 4:30, you know, typical early shift up at 4:30, 5 AM, I move my eating day, my breakfast, dinner, and lunch and dinner accordingly. So I'll have breakfast as soon as I get up at 5 AM or 4:30 AM, shower, have my breakfast, but then I make sure when I'm at work I have my lunch, not at 12, 1 o'clock, but at about 10:30, 11, and then I have my dinner at about 5, 6 o'clock as soon as I'm home off an early shift. I find for me that sort of helps, because I think if you start eating, you know, you get up at 4:30 then wait till lunch, and then if you try, for me, if I have a large meal then just go to bed straight away, I struggle with that. So I sort of I'll eat a little bit earlier. Something I think I've read, or I don't know if it's a skipper told me years ago, but it certainly helps. Yan Yap, Captain, are different clocks on the Zibo via the PMDG? Are they airline customisable options, or just a matter of old v new? Now, the clock is a standard feature. What I found is that PMDG added, it's not realistic to the real plane, but you've got the ability to use accelerated time in the simulator, and you can control it using this. Useful for some people that like to do those sort of things, but no, the clocks are pretty generic. There is the option though to have a push to talk button here, and also an elapsed timer clock button there as well. Our Maxes have that, but not our NGs, but I believe that's an option. But the actual clock itself, I think, is pretty standard. We are approaching 35,000 feet. There's the coastline of Italy. Now, have Microsoft Flight Simulator, and big win if they have. If you look at my Instagram post, I made a post about a couple of posts ago about the luminosity of a fully lit moon. Now, if you have a look here, what's that, 3/4 full moon there? And look at the luminosity of the ground here. If that moon wasn't there, it'd be pitch black. You'd be struggling to see the horizon, but it looks really good there. And I don't know if they're actually modelling any luminosity off the moon there. I think they possibly could be, because that looks spot on. X-Swap will do a fuel check. Remember, we only took standard fuel today. Yeah, that APU, guys. Oh, is it still burning fuel? I don't know. I have got a slight discrepancy, but that is because we started the engine first. Engine number 1 this time. Yes, night lighting is much better in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Every aspect of the lighting, the scenery, how it looks is way better than X-Plane. Hello, Calio. Hello, I have a question. What is the difference between course and heading? Why course is important, especially for the Boeing 738? So yes, this is an old aeroplane, so like a conventional aeroplane, they have course selectors on, and primarily we're only using this to set the final approach course for ILSs. Using that to make sure it works properly. Now, heading. The difference between heading and course is, we'll look at this example here. The track, this number here, is the direction we're going on a magnetic compass. So we're tracking 197 degrees, but that is actually not our heading. Our heading, the heading bug, or the heading on a 737 is displayed by this white triangle. So if you look at our track is 197 degrees, but our actual heading, that little triangle, is 200 degrees. And that difference between our heading 200 and our track 197 is 3 degrees. So our track, or course, you know, sort of the same term really, is we're on a course of 197, but our actual heading is 200 degrees. Now we might be asking, why is there a difference there? The difference is the wind. You imagine we are currently flying southbound, okay? But imagine this is a river. We're crossing a river from right to left, or left to right, or whatever, and the water is streaming from the right. So if you look at my mouse cursor, the water's moving in this direction. Now obviously if we point, or the heading, or the nose of the airplane where we want to go, in this case the X-Mot waypoint, if the nose is pointing there, what's going to happen is we're going to drift downwind or downstream. So what we are doing, what the autopilot's doing, is navigating to ensure we maintain that track. Or if we wanted to cross a river with a stream coming from right to left, we'd actually point the nose of the plane, or the nose of the boat, upstream slightly to ensure that we travel in a straight line. And that's essentially the difference there. Now the course on the 737, this is used for navigation, so the systems, we can track inbound or outbound from a VOR, we can set the radial inbound or outbound here, and use the VOR mode to follow that. But we also use that when we're flying any approach to just align the courses to the runway QDM, more as a reference. But for the ILS is a fixed beam, but we also set the course because I think the autopilot uses that to calculate the intercept turn on and heading. But yeah, we set it for all approaches there. Right, anyway, look at that. X-Mot, time for a fuel check. We've been airborne for 21 minutes. Let's grab the operational flight plan. Watch your eyes, be bright. Boop, there we go. So we should have been airborne for 20 minutes. We've been airborne for 21. Fuel, we took standard fuel, so it should be quite close here. We should have burned 1,800 kilos. We've used 1,900 kilos, okay, 100 kilos extra. Pretty standard, and we should have 4 tons on board. Look at that, we've got exactly 4 tons, so the fuel burn is matching the SimBrief profile perfectly. Standard fuel we took, remember, so we're arriving at 3.1, our turn is 2.7 for Catania, so we've only got like an extra 10 minutes, which is quite typical. Guys, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to nip to the toilet. Once we get back, we'll start setting up for the approach into Palermo. I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes, guys. Cheers. Thanks for that, guys. Let's now start getting set up for the approach into Palermo. Yeah, directly over Sorrento, isn't it? And Naples, the way we came. Seems looking better at night as well. So good. Right, continue towards the island of Sicily then. Let's start setting up the FMS. So, hand over control to Jim. So, let me just get the operational flight plan here. There we go. So, descent page 250. Below 10,000. Forecast winds are in. Or coming in. Let me just get the charts as well for Palermo in front of me. There we go. Yeah, did a really good job, the PMDG, into Split. The autopilot's definitely improved as well. Still a bit wobbly, but big improvements. 344, sorry, can't even see the flight menu. 344 at 32. 309.17. And 100 is 313 at 17. Executed Q&H are expecting in Palermo. God, the weather's really been on our side on this stream. Really nice. It is 1019er. Executed preset Q&H 1019er. Is set. Charts. So we're flying today a Velug 1, correction, a Rosal 3 Lima. Rosal 3 Lima. Such as what? Yeah. It's one of those. Be ILS 25. Taxi charts. Parking stands. Okay. So look at this arrival. Oh, we don't need any of the speed charts. So we're coming in via Rosas. Charlie Juliet 422. Rosas Charlie Juliet 422. You can see it Rosas 190 to 80 or 8,000 checks. Oh yeah, what's the transition level here? ATC. Well, it'll be something like 5,000 feet. Let's put 60. So there's CJ42, and now what's going to happen here, guys? It really depends how busy it is. There's no event here. I don't expect any delays. So what I'm going to do is just do what I'd expect in real life. Route CJ422 direct to Lavru. Now I'm not going to execute that, and you guys know the little rule of thumb I showed you how to put an altitude here to ensure you get a nice straight in here. So you can see it's CJ422. There's no restriction, and I'm just going to route direct to Lavru and see what it says at CJ422. So it's 103 at the moment. If we were to go from here, cut all that out and route direct to Lavru, 103 becomes... Oops. 70, so much lower. So what I'm going to do at CJ422 is put 70, puts us 3,000 feet below profile, but it will ensure that in the event of a straight-in approach from here, we are on profile, so we'll set it all up there. Otherwise, 70 is in, and in reality, we'd step through all the points, check the track's distances and altitude restrictions, so we'll just quickly flick through those. Aspid of run. 210 knots at that point, 210, then down to 200 at Bimpu, onto the extended centerline via Laverick. It's all coded, RNAV arrival, very common these days. Runway 25, fixed rings can come in, /10 and 4. They're in 3 times our height, so we're at 35,000 feet. No, 105 just for situation awareness, where top and centre should be. In the ILS we've got frequencies 1095, active. Missed approach was based off the raised VOR, so I'll put 13.0 on standby. Course is 244, so we'll talk about that earlier. Set runway QDM here. And the minimums, RVR non-standard, 1400 metres, and the minimums are a little bit higher than usual, 500 feet. It's 450 feet AGL. Probably to do with lighting or something. So frequencies, courses and minimums have been so fiddly set. So yeah, we're going to either get vectors or come in via Bad Calaveru onto the ILS, 3,500 feet to the platform. 3,000 feet, we can make that enter above for a CDA. Lavru is just outside there. Our speed at that point is going to be 200 knots. Foxox 25 is 183. And my operator, the first waypoint within 10 miles final, we put as 180 knots or below. So that's in there. The rest of the waypoints as well. Localizer. And no DME. The DME, I think, is based off... Oh no, it has got DME. Oh no, ILS DME 1095. So it's all in. Frequencies, courses, minimums. Go around, it's Toga. Cool, go around, flat 15, set ground thrust, positive climb, gear up, 400 feet. LNAV, right turn 290 to join 322 to Salat to hold us 3000. MSA 52 to the north. Cool. Landing then, plan to vacate. We've got Charlie, 3,300. It's about halfway down from the displaced threshold, so 1700. Or I can take the 0220. I don't know if they use that in real life, not being here before. Yeah, I'm going to go for flat 40 again. We'll try and make Charlie. Reset MCP altitude. So first restriction's 190, let's go down to 80. VNAV do its thing. Yeah, can't wait until their tablet arrives. 600 kilos to burn, landing weight 60.3. Flat 40, order brake 3. Use second detent reverse to vacate at Charlie, if not we'll take 0220. That is it, down we go. Checks complete. Top of the sensor chance. Surface wind 0806. Ooh. So yeah, we've got tailwind approval up to 10 knots. Certain runways we could actually take a 15 knot tailwind landing. That's absolutely no problem. We'll see if there's ATC there. They're probably using 08 but, or 07. I don't know if there's a preferred runway in Palermo. But, you know, Corfu is quite common. We have strong tailwinds there up to 10 knots. Yes, Daniel B, yeah, I see your point there. Yeah, 6 knot tailwind, I mean, yeah, we always ideally want to land into wind, but airports have preferential runway directions, and if it's quite an airport like this, we fly to a lot of smaller destinations, if they have a certain runway in use, even if it means a tailwind, if we can save 10 minutes and get straight in, we have more than sufficient performance, we'll request a straight in approach, it's more convenient. We're struggling a little bit to maintain its target speed there because it's dropped off 15 knots below. It's reverted from ARM to FMC speed, so it will now add thrust. Just see how it is keeping on it, maintaining that target speed. Is there any ATC there, Daniel? I mean, this is one of the problems with no ATC on VATSIM. You're well within your right to do 07. Are you quite far ahead of me? This is why we need ATC and a runway in use. Look on the back of the map. No ATC currently, okay. What were you doing in real life? Probably on 07. There was quite a little mini apocalypse going on. Quite glad I wasn't flying yesterday. A lot of disruption. Yeah, they're actually using 07, so you know we can do the same. Runway changes do happen, and in hindsight, I should have checked the weather. So what we'll do, when you have a runway change, it's usually extra track miles. You go to vertical speed, hand over control to Jimothy, and then start setting up for the approach. So let's get rid of this. Runway changes, when they happen, have to send some pain. But they do happen. In Barcelona, more so, I've had runway changes at 10,000 feet before. It's like, oh, thanks guys. Let's have a look here. What have I done here? It's a bit of a pain to use this. Right, LICJ charts. So we're flying a Rosas 5 Quebec, the Rosas arrival for 07. Let's have a look at that. So Rosas 5 Romeo. Oh no, I'm looking at SIDS. So Rosas 2 November. Okay, so first thing, let's go in the FMC, change that. And it is VOR approaches. We've got RMP approaches. Let's do the RMP approach for 07. Yes. Yes, I'm just looking here. We've got approval to land on 25 up to a 15 knot tailwind, and the airport prefers using runway 25 for landing. So maybe sometimes at airports, what can also happen? You can land on 25 and then take off on 07 or vice versa.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
That approaches our other one, left right angles, he did. Cheers, Brad Zed.
How are you?
Fine.
I'm studying for TechX for same OPR.
Ooh.
Winking face.
Winking face. Well, say no more. Thank you very much for your contribution. Good luck with the rest of your type rating. I wish you the best of luck, and you'll be absolutely fine. Thank you very much for popping in. Don't fail your tech exam. Cheers. Right, Rosas 2 November. Let's do RNAV Zulu. That's an RMP Zulu 07 via Salap. No, I don't want to do it via Salap. Let's do it via Exosi, but there's no Exosi. Let's do it via Execute. You can see you see why I went at vertical speed 1000. Look how low we are in profile. That's quite common with runway changes. I've broken it. Amano to Rosas. Let me just check the flight plan. So yeah, flight plan is Amano direct to Rosas. Execute. Plan. That's looking very approachy. Vapeg Upexi is like on an overshoot. I think it has a different type. No, I don't. Even though it's a fly past waypoint, it's done a flyover. Doesn't seem to be quite coded the same way. Aha! Found you. So, that's looking better now. It's coming in from Rosas 230 to 80, checks in the FMC. Director Nalov 230 knots max, checks in the FMC. CJ 432, max 230, 80 to 5000. Same again. I'm going to cut this off. It's likely, we'll see what the other traffic's doing. If there's no traffic, we can just cut it off. And that's, if you look on flight radar, people flying this approach, you won't see them doing this full wavy thing. They'll only be doing this if it's busy or they need to delay the approach. So from Nalov, CJ432, direct to Exosi. So what I'm going to do is CJ432. CJ. Oh, hold on. Man, CJ432. So, I took one of them. So the restrictions 5,000 to 80 for straight in. We need to be at 6.1. So what I'm going to do is put in 6.1 manually. 60. It's between the two restrictions, so ATC will be happy. And we've got the speed as well. And that restriction is going to ensure we can do a straight in, just like we did on the other approach. So that's the RNAV arrival. Checky. I'm happy we've checked all of these points. Checky. I don't know why we got this sort of massive fly over loop. But, there we are, Exosi, from Exosi direct to Bibso, which is there. 5,000 feet or above checks, 2,300 at Bibso. Max 185, and then onto the approach. Now it's very important when you change runways, don't forget to change the fix rings. CJ511 is the final approach fix. 2,300, which is coded, hard altitude we want. CJ512879, and that's where the missed approach point is. Minimums for an LNAV approach, we had 40 feet to this, because it's MDA, 920 feet now. What have I done here? Managed to, oh my god, what have I done? 920 feet. Oh wow, look at that, that's profile VNAV. Oh, 20 feet set. So we're going to come in. MSA 7,700. We've still got the VOR 13.0, so the missed approach is based off that. We'll make that active. 13.0. So I'll take flap 1 on base, flap 5 thereafter. 2 miles before this waypoint, Jim would call approaching descent. We configure the aircraft, verify. We've got correct lateral and vertical deviation at final approach fix, and as we descend, 3 degrees. Which doesn't check here, problem. Okay, we oh no, that is from CJ512 to the runway. That's okay, disregard. There's no 3 degree path. It should say here in the FMS CJ511 is 3 degrees to CJ512, but it doesn't, so they're missing that. I've noticed that with the PMDG 737, they don't have glide path modelled in all places after the final approach fix. We've got this 2.8 one here, but that's after the missed approach point. Interesting. I wonder if we could fly that, because we have to have a bit of in point 1. We'll fly it today because I want to see how LNAV VNAV works. Pappy's left. RVR needed 2,400 meters. It's cav okay. Now landing. We're 07. We'll plan to vacate at Bravo. We'll just keep the performance the same. 400 kilos to burn, 60.3, flat 40, order 83. Same speeds. There we go. I think we've covered everything. Now doing an RNAV approach. Anon, don't drink and fly, children. Good advice. You spilt beer on your t-shirt and was accused of smelling like the inside of a barrel of ale. Said John. Oh dear. Do as we say, not as we do. But yeah, I've been leaving the PMDG to do its thing, and LNAV and VNAV, now we're back on profile. It's holding the target speed quite nicely, about 5 5 knots too fast, but the real aircraft can be guilty of drifting off its target speed from time to time. It's looking good. So there is an aircraft right behind me. There's an aircraft ahead of us now. Now I hope the aircraft ahead of us, going into Palermo, does the shortcut. See what he does. We have ATC at Fiumicino if you want to dive out. There is Sicily. Chris, are we having a prize question tonight? Not tonight, not tonight. There'll be a couple of giveaways on Tuesday. I hope so, Dealing. Pop the seatbelt sign on. There's that traffic ahead. Strobe lights flashing. Try fly live again, guys, see if it's working now. This has a bit of a hop and a skip on Microsoft Flight Simulator. Never seems to want to work properly. And it's the developer no longer supports it. He's closed it all down now, so it's no updated versions. There we go. Oh, Chris, that's a bit rude. Outrageous. Pilot Luke, are the UK registered companies still using EGNOS after Brexit? Good question. We never used it at my operator anyway. We don't use EGNOS frequencies, we just use LNAV, VNAV. Yeah, the main panel lighting also, I believe, well, it definitely controls the clock lighting, but that's a bug. But I think they know that already. So if we turn that off, also the lighting here for these digits should be dimmer as well. But at the moment, it's not. It's like the clock and the digits on the MCP are stuck on full brightness. You can sort of see. Look, they are going dimmer. Look at the speed window. You can see it's changing, but it's not actually changing the brightness. So unfortunately, it's very dark. Ah, scary stuff. FAC. I don't like that. Don't want any of that business. That allows you to arm approach or something. We don't have that on ours. It's the main panel light dealing. What a lovely evening. You know what I haven't done for a long time? I haven't actually done a VATSIM event. It's like I think it's been excluding VATSIM Cross the Pond. I can't remember the last time I actually did an event on a public stream. We've just been doing our own thing, flying between lots of new airports. Carson, what does FAC? I think it's final approach course. It's an option from Boeing to fly arming approach on non-precision approaches or something. We should use LNAV and VNAV. Thanks for subscribing, David Barletta, welcome. Aren't you supposed to be going to Nalov? We are. Nalov. They're in a little over under 4 minutes. Oh, there's a Palermo event tomorrow. Oh, of course there is. I can't. I'm busy tomorrow. Did you realise you've armed approach? No. That's why we've got it. When did I do that? Well done, Ramba. Passing your CPL skills test. That's one step of a busy, of a great career, I'm sure. Good luck with the rest of it. David, can you do a tutorial on video of the FMC and how to do a flight plan in the 737? Well, I've done several hundred streams. I do actually have a dedicated FMC tutorial. It's quite outdated now. I remember recording it. I recorded it in a hotel out of base using my laptop when I started the channel. So the audio is a bit loud in the game, but it is okay. And I also have a full cold and dark tutorial from scratch, which shows you how to load up the FMC. Type in chat flight sim cold and dark tutorial, and that will get you straight there. Descent rate seems more realistic. We've just passed the decel point now, so it is going to pitch up to slow down. Yeah, they've probably tweaked something. It is too slippy in my opinion still. The real aircraft's a little less slippy. It is a slippy plane, but not to the extreme PMDG have modelled it. It feels just like it did in the FSX version in regards to that. There we are, so that extra fuel would be burnt, 3 tons. Yeah, just took standard fuel today. Let's do the post-cruise checks. So lights coming on, logo, angle of bank verified 25 degrees, pressurization 4.2 psi set, seatbelts are on, recall, checks complete. David, awesome. I could, because I use VATSIM, I'm good on the Airbus, but with the 737 putting inserting plans, I don't know why I struggle. Well, it's a very different machine, the 737. It's a lot more...
Palermo traffic, contract 311 Sierra on the base leg for the RNAV Zulu runway 07 Palermo. And we're going to be taking the shortcut from Charlie Juliet 432 to Ixosi.
Palermo traffic, Alpaca 2 Papa Lima, inbound to Nalo 4, RP, runway 07, and we'll be routing Nalo direct to Ixosi as well. There we are. We've done a thing. Approaching 1 to go. So Nalo max 230, we can step down. There's no ATC here, I'm happy, as we're doing the shortcut to go straight down to the platform altitude of RP Zulu, which is 2,300 feet.
40, 30, 20, 10.
And that is set. We'll set the QNH as well. Thank you, Deanie.
Sorry I missed most of this, including the Circle 2 land.
Oh, no problem.
We'll watch the replay. And sorry for all the other banter about beer, don't want a bad reputation.
Deanie, no problem at all. Oh, I didn't say smiley face, but no, crack on. I have lots of beer, and you probably want to be seeing it through squinty eyes, the circling approach. But thank you very much for your continued support, my friend. Absolutely no problem at all. Right. So we're going to route, he's about 10 miles ahead, which is good. We've got 230 knot speed restriction coming in, so the aircraft is slowing down for that. So what I'm just going to do is revert to level change, 230. The autopilot, we're testing level change on the first sector. It's responding nicely to these changes. Yeah, just a very gentle descent. That's exactly what the real aircraft does. And now we're going to route direct from CJ432 to Ixosi. Execute, and we can delete that 6-0 restriction. Execute, no, it shouldn't be too far off the profile. No, it's bang on because of that restriction we put in earlier. So back to VNAV. VNAV path is going to capture the profile, and the traffic's about 8 miles ahead. We're just going to make sure he doesn't slow down too much ahead. Hello, J Webb. Hi, Captain. We flew together in real life a few years ago. Had a good few days out together. Leaving the company soon. Hope all is well. That's I think I recognise the name, but face no. But I'm sure we had a great day out. I know, a ball of fun. Thank you very much. Good luck with your new adventure. You're not the only person to try a different taste of flying. I could hazard a guess. You're either going to Dubai or you're going to be flying boxes. Good luck, sir. Right, so approaching CJ432. Actually, no, we do have a minimum altitude, so we shouldn't have set 23, so 5,000 initially. And then once we're a mile before that, we can step down to the next altitude. He's 8 miles ahead, so he's getting a little close. It's only 1,500 feet, so we're okay at the moment. I just don't want to slow down any further. There's traffic descending as well on the left. Yeah, it's done a superb job this, the PMDG updates. There's been a couple of updates since we last flown it, and it certainly, I've been flying this like I could do the real 7-3, it's been superb. So XOC is 5,000 feet above, so I can't descend below that altitude until we've passed XOC, but I think we had another decel point there, and the aircraft is now slowing down, so I'm just going to go vertical speed here, slow right down to the upspeed, go flap on a little bit early because this guy's approaching 5 miles ahead now. Just wait until we get back towards the upspeed. A little earlier than I would do usually, but we will now select flap 1. Usually do it approaching 10 miles. And that's 1 mile to go, so we can now set 2,300. Out of quiet, it's captured exactly as it would, and it's got to vertical speed. Look, in out of quiet, if you change the MCP altitude, it goes to vertical speed. So that's exactly as per the real aircraft. VNAV speed into vent. And flap 1, we'll go to flap 5. So a little bit of wobbliness. This is again not realistic. It's to do, I think, with the wind changing in Microsoft Flight Sim, and it's changing the profile real time, which you usually do. So this sort of jerkiness, when there's no wind, it's completely smooth. Welcome. Everything moves smoothly. Flap 5, natural flop selected. Welcome, Mr. W. Guts.
Established for
there he is.
The RNAV.
That looks just like
runway 07 Palermo.
This is nice. It's very, 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 very nice. Look at it. Will you be flying X-plane? When they fix, yeah, of course we're still using X-plane, but they need to fix that strobing cloud shadows effect. This actually gives me a headache. We've done, I think the last 5 streams are done, 4 have been X-plane. The next stream will be on Tuesday flying this aeroplane again. So here we're doing sort of 800 feet per minute, flat 5. I'd usually think the speed would be... actually, you know what, it's dropping off. Yeah, okay, no, it's fine. It's looking very good. I've slowed right down here. I'm actually going to speed up a little bit. 180 is going to add thrust. Just because this car
Palermo
hasn't
traffic,
slowed right
Alpha
down.
11 Tango turning base RMP 07 Palermo.
Palermo. Okay, spacing looks good. Yeah, if you coordinate it with other guys on Unicom, it's actually fine. No, I don't stream on Twitch. This doesn't sound like Microsoft Flight Sim ATC. Is this an add-on? It's that sim. You're hearing other people.
50, 40, 30.
Thanks, John.
20, 10.
Very kind of you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for the 2-sector stream, Skipper.
It's been
Thoroughly
fun.
enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padfield. Appreciate it. Thank you for your continued support and your involvement with the members-only Discord. Very much appreciated. And thank you very much for the gesture, sir. Right, turning final. Palermo traffic, Alpaca 2 Papa Lima. It's turning final for the RMP 07, 10 miles. So now approaching, waiting for 2 miles before this, is following my operator's SOP. So 2 miles before the final approach fix, or the descent point. We'll call approaching descent, that's what Jim would say if he could talk. We'll now set 1,000 feet. Verify I have VNAV path speed windows open. Ian, thank you very much. 30 months as a member. Happy landing, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your continued support as a member and the videos you make. The Airbus ones are amazing. Replay, thank you. Oh gosh, thank you so much for chat telling me to turn on replay. I always forget that.
2,500.
Perfect. So that's here. allow that to miss the final approach fix here. Flight recording, and we are recording. So approaching the final approach fix. There we are. We've sequenced already, so FAF already passed it, 2,200 feet, no flags. And now we do some descents, height versus altitude checks. So distance is based off CJ512. So when we're at 3 miles, we need to be exactly at 1,830 feet. 3 miles, 1,830. It's bang on. Okay, high minimums here, so we're going to set the missed approach altitude now. We're more than 300 feet below it. So the missed approach altitude is 3,000 feet, looking at my operator's charts. There we are. So it's in approach logic, so it won't level off. 3,000 feet checked. And we're on 2 reds, 2 whites. PMDG, 10 out of 10.
Palermo traffic, Alpaca 11 Tango, turning final, RMP 07, Palermo.
10 out of 10. It's been almost flawless. Yeah, oh, amazing.
Palermo traffic, contract 311 Sierra.
Helps if I don't look at the chat. Oh, bloody thing, gear down. Not doing enough hand flying today. Gear down! Flap 15. Bloody checklist of flaps. Start switches, continuous recall checks, speed brake, armed green light, landing gear down, 3 green, auto brake is set. Flap 30.
Minimums.
Continue. We are visual, 2 reds, 2 whites. Flaps 30 green light, lights are on, checks complete. Disconnecting. And it's an iron of approach with a runway point coded, so you don't need to recycle the flight directors. They will guide you all the way down to touchdown. Not as accurate as an ILS, so make sure when you're below minimums you are purely visual. You know, with regards to your vertical and lateral profile, you can reference the flight directors occasionally. They won't be as accurate as an ILS. You can see the huge mountain off to the right hand side at night, illuminated by the moon. So lower thrust there. Bit low, 3 reds. I've got profile, 2 reds, 2 whites. Keep descending. I'm going to ditch the flight directors. Sometimes you do that because they can not be providing the best guidance. VOR
200.
keep descending.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20.
Check.
10.
Close. Hold the altitude. Ooh, a little bit firm. Not bad. Speed brakes up. Reverses. Yeah, I do prefer X-plane with landing and takeoff, but it's okay. All the other points are too good to exclude. So they are 60 knots. Do need to set up reverses on this thing though. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Palermo. We'll just take the first left for runway occupancy. And we made it. Alpaca 2 Papa Lima vacated. Perfect. Yeah, I didn't want to hang around because I knew this guy was quite close behind, but very well coordinated on Unicom. Really nicely done by everyone else joining. Thank you very much for your professionalism. What was the landing rate? I can't see how it comes up here. It's not as good as the plug-in. That one actually. This one only looks at your indicated vertical speed. So if you've got an upslope or downslope, it's inaccurate IVSI or VSI readout on touchdown. But hopefully, it wasn't too bad. I think it worked quite nicely. So let me just get the taxi charts out. To Charlie, so we're going to take the first right here. We'll go. Actually, no, we're going via Mike. Lovely stream. I'm really impressed with what PMDG have done. It's improved dramatically since release.
Palermo traffic, Alpaca 11
really
Tango,
good.
short final 07, Palermo.
Right, in via Charlie then, and then we'll make a right turn on Romeo, and then we'll take one of the remote stands if we can. So I always like on 2 sectors where I start or return to the point of departure at the start of the stream. I like to park on the stand we started on. It's always a bit of fun. If we can find it. Right, let's do the cleanup. So transponder to out of, trim to 4 units. Flaps are up, speed brake's been stoned. Flight directors are already on, 3,100. 100. Start switches to off. Strobes can be on steady already. They can come on to auto, and the landing lights can come off as well. Perfect. Very good. Very, very, very good. So coming in here past the Lima intersection, which is the taxiway on the right. So what we do there, we're going to make a left turn on Romeo, then a right turn. Then we started, I think it was 302. 145. That's a good landing rate. Yeah. And this is the Palermo scenery from Microsoft Flight Simulator with their SimWorld update. So it is a handcrafted, detailed airport. Cut the line. They've taken the racing line. Aeroporto International di Palermo. It's great that you've got these handcrafted airports they make with these SimWorld updates. They're really good. Yeah, it's very good. This sim, I can't find major fault at all. Not at all. Very good.
Alpaca 11 Tango, runway vacated, taxiing to stand, Palermo.
So we shall go in via Papa 7. So I think we've got to take a right here on Romeo. Try and start or finish where we started. Get the AP up and running. Well, if it will. It's been, yeah, well, that was one of the biggest things that was wrong with it. The AP was running, but not running. A few little quirks with the automation, but overall very, very good. Significant improvement, especially in vertical speed level. Well, no, I didn't do much vertical speed. I didn't really see. Level change was great. It didn't quite make the level off altitude at the 2,100 feet. It has VNAV out, which we don't have on our 737s. 301. Why is there always loads of stuff in the way? I think this is our stand here. 302. Don't disregard that. It's not realistic. 302. That is where we started today, guys. We've gone all the way to Croatia and back, and we've started. We finished where we started. So the stop sign. You want your nose wheel to be amongst that. So remember the nose wheel's behind your ass. So you want to overshoot it slightly. See, I'll try and do it where I would do if it was in real life. Now, there, oh, I've gone too fast. I've gone too far because the brakes on this are a bit delayed. Yeah. This is improved. Oh, let's see if they've got that bug where if I cancel it. No, it's still got that bug. They need to fix that. The reverse BOEING. Right, parking brake is set, and we've got the AP up and running. 2 blues, 1 red, and engines are dead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Palermo. No, where are we? Palermo. Beautiful. And you can see Alpaca's landing. We've got prime air. We followed him all the way in. Hope you guys all had safe flights. Let's do the full shutdown checklist. Anti-collision light off. 2000 standby. There we go, guys. And then we read the full shutdown checklist. GPU be connected, turn the APU off, and then the secure checklist, just 5 items. IRS, packs off, trim air off, emergency exit lights, trip the ground power, and the battery off. There we are. Great audio from the other jets online as well. Oh, that's it. Very realistic. Superb. He can turn his engines off, I think. Was he coasting in? Not so sure. Great add-on. Great add-on. Guys, for the replay, just before I do that, I'll read some questions in chat. I might just make it dusk. Look really, really cool, I think, with the mountain on the side there. Let's have a look here then. Chris Curtin, engine off, handbrake on. Into gear. Yeah, I have to do it on my BMW at the moment. because it's a bit old. The handbrakes are not very good, so I do leave it in gear. Great flight, Captain. Enjoy this double sector on your birthday. Happy birthday, Infinity Walk. Hope you had a great day. Thank you very much for spending some of it with me. That reverser bug said, Michael, I wonder if you can select over 100% and one reverse thrust and rocket backwards. That was a huge issue I had when setting up controls. Yeah, it's still an issue then, obviously. Ankity, that was lovely. Thanks for the stream. I'll be going back in time and watch the approach to Splits now that I've seen that airport in real life last week. Very cool. Well, thank you very much for joining in. Train radar looks a little better. Don't use it too much in desktop sim, but yeah, it seems to be working. They've got no weather radar, unfortunately. Palermo, not Palermo. Palermo, sorry, Michael back. Taylor caught the stream late, so you're just departing Palermo. She returned to Palermo live. There you go. Excellent. Yeah, PMDG doesn't seem to arrest the descent in the flare as much as the Zebo, so it's a Microsoft flight sim thing. Every area of the PMDG 737 today was outstanding.
30.
Really good. Thank you very much, Jade. Wow, 20 quid. Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
Great to catch you live for the first time in a while.
Oh.
Thanks for the streams.
You're most welcome. Well, thank you very much for watching live. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much for your generous donation. That was very kind. 20 quid coming in there from Jade. Thank you very much, buddy. Oh, I just got run over by a truck, or the cameraman did. So yeah, I mean, phenomenal job from PMDG. Having just come off from a busy summer in the line, looking at what it was like on launch, which wasn't bad at all. Far from it. It's now even better. LNAV and VNAV following the profiles very accurately, putting us on the profile. The autopilot's been tweaked and changed, so it's a little bit more accurate. The VNAV logic seems to have been updated. It seems to be a bit of half and half, both new and old, but it overall has this common VNAV system, which we have on our fleet, which seems to be working correctly. Yes, Microsoft Flight Simulator, I don't know what it's like for GA. It's been years since I've flown GA. But in landing and takeoff in this sim, regardless of the aircraft, that is obviously a very important aspect of flight sim. We all love doing takeoffs and landings. It's the conclusion and the start of the adventure, your flight. And yeah, the rudder is a little bit sensitive in areas. It's a bit jerky. In the flare, yeah, it feels a bit static. Again, whether there'll be improvements in that area in time, I don't know. I think both, you know, PMDG and Phoenix are using sort of a lot of custom coding to ensure that it works like it did in, or certainly in the case of PMDG, like it did in Prepared, whereas I think Phoenix are using a lot of external stuff as well to bypass Microsoft Flight Simulator. Whether that's a limitation, I don't know. Be interesting to see how the Indy builds A300 handles. But yeah, overall, really, really good. 100% recommend it, as I always have done, and even more so now. Great add-on and a great fun showing off today. Honestly, going from work and then into this aircraft, very difficult to tell the difference. So anyway, that's it. We'll cue the funky replay music, and yes, I might just crank it back a couple hours, just because I think at sunset, looking out the window, we're going to look out the right window to see the mountain. It'll look a little better. Watch your eyes. I think that will look really nice. We've just got to run over again. So let me just get rid of Fly Alive and cue the funky replay music. There we go. Let's just jump back into the cockpit. Oh yeah, hold on 2 seconds, guys. You know I've got to do the old panel state thing. It's just a limitation with the replay. So load. I do taxi. Execute. Spam the flaps to get the landing flap we had. Flap 30. Turn on the lights. Otherwise you get the lights turning off and on. That's what we had. Logo light was on. Just let the flaps extend and we can enjoy the replay. Black Dog, I hope they can eventually nail it so close to getting an amazing flying platform. It is already there. It is already an amazing flying platform, Black Dog, so it really is. Perfect, flaps are at 30. Let's see if the replay now works. Replay. Ah, yes. I knew you wanted it during this time of the day. Look at that. And when you turn on live weather, you get the waves moving and stuff. Superb. Let's have a look there. It's a beautiful approach, isn't it?
Approaching minimum.
Never been here.
Minimums.
Beautiful. very enjoyable stream. Lower target, want to get it around 3 hours 45, but great fun. God, it's beautiful. Really nice. Ah, right on the aiming point. That is, can't teach that. Ignore the spoilers. That's just a limitation with the replay. That's exactly where you want to touch down. Nailed it. Can't teach it. Cannot teach it. Yeah, it'd be great if they could add the ability to watch the replay so you can fly over your heads. You can do it using the drone cam, but it won't follow the aeroplane. There you go, that's a realistic camera. Fraud talent. Wouldn't say that. It's like anyone else. Yeah, it's like you're watching the landing from the back of your seat. So good. You want a wheel view? Let's do one for the wheel view then. It'd be great to stick a camera there. That's awesome. Really, really nice. Right then guys, well that's it for today's stream. I'll pop you in the wing view so you can enjoy that approach to touchdown. Enjoy the scenery. Imagine you're just arriving into Sicily on holiday. Absolutely awesome. Well then, let me just get rid of those again. Look, I can control the spoilers using the controls in this replay tool. Well, that's it. Thank you very much for popping into this PMDG update stream. I was pleased to say it's really, really nice, as I've said already. Worthwhile investment if you want a realistic 737. It really is that good. It's as simple as that. Not affiliated with PMDG at all. I'm just going to say it as it is. Thank you very much for donating, for your contribution. Very much appreciated. To all the members for your continued support as well. Really much appreciated. All the regular viewers and subscribers. Thank you very much for popping in. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to stay up to date with the latest content. Day for your diary, guys. Tuesday the 8th. Got a special charity stream, a one-off charity stream. I'm going to be doing them every 10,000 subscribers as ever, but this is a one-off special charity stream. I was approached by an agency representing Thrustmaster and a very well-known children's hospital in the UK. They have a streaming week. They invited me to it. I'm going to have a giveaway of the Thrustmaster brand new joystick. I'll also like to purchase a copy of the PMDG 737. We'll be flying from London to Gibraltar and back again. I'm going to try and raise some money for her charity, and all personal donations will be off for that stream. I will post that tonight and update you on social media accordingly, and I'll see you all on Tuesday for that lovely stream. Members, I'll be around Discord, of course, between now and then. Guys, have a lovely Thursday evening, great weekend, and I'll see you all